For your information, a session will start on the open stage in 5 minutes. For your information, a session will start on the open stage in 5 minutes.
Good morning and welcome to Open Stage here at IGF. And for many of you, welcome to Norway. I would like to take you as a sort of a teaser for the conference to a little travel back in time. Please come along to a quick history of the internet from a Norwegian perspective. With me, I've invited 5 experts who were part of the Norwegian internet history so they could share some insight. Because one thing you need to know about Norwegians is that we tend to be early adopters of things. Like, that includes electric cars, AI, sushi, and also the internet. The very first internet connection in Norway was already in 1973, through the then ARPANET. That was internet's first experiment. This was 10 years before what many considered to be the birthday of the internet, in 1983. It happened in a building affectionately called the basement, Kjeller in Norwegian. I highly recommend that you join the tour of Kjeller on Tuesday and Thursday at 5 p.m. Another thing about Norway, besides being early adopters, is that we like remote places, very remote places, like Svalbard. Anybody heard about it? 3,000 people, 3,000 polar bears. But yeah, in 1974, what they really needed was a really early satellite connection. We weren't just early adopters, we were also active contributors. In 1986, the Norwegian model of TDMA, narrowband TDMA, performed better than the other available technology. And it became the basis for the GSM system, which was established as a European effort. In 1993, one of the leading fields for early use of internet standards was universities, with our very own network, Uninet. Harald, you played an important role in Uninet. Can you tell us what drove the university to adopt the use of the internet? What was the motivation?
So it's been a while. I've found that I've been working with the internet for 40 years now, since before the mobile phone system existed. That's kind of strange. So part of it was spent at Uninet, connecting the university networks. Part of it was spent as being chair of the IGF. And it's been a continuous journey where I've encountered a lot of people. And what they have in common is the desire to connect, the desire to enable people to communicate with each other, so that the internet should be for everyone. So this fits very well with the Norwegian culture, because the Norwegian culture is all about interconnecting, about solving problems at the people level, getting the people who can really solve the problem to talk to each other. And thus the internet became so important for the community. But engaging takes time. I've been privileged to work for this internet thing for 40 years, to various employers. And in the future, we have to also remember to invest, to grow the people who will take over from the first generation to be on the internet.
Thank you. The year after, in 1994, we developed the first web browser for mobile phone, the Opera browser, which is still the leading browser in Africa. We also presented the Winter Olympics online and established a wide-reaching health information system platform. Kristin, you were a part of this journey. Can you tell us about ensuring a successful scale-up?
So this is not really about Norway, but it's about Global South. So internet has been a revolution for the Global South, especially when it comes to scaling. But it all started in 1994 as a post-apartheid project. It started as an action research project reconstructing health sector after apartheid. After having 14 Department of Health, all the data coming up to the national, then of course it was a revolution to get access to your data for decisions in health at the district level. That's why the DHS2. So then we could say we have been traveling through geography and technology, started with floppy disk, USB sticks, attachment of, on emails to mobile internet, and when the cable came through Africa, building up through Africa, then the whole Africa was then able to utilize mobile internet on the fly. So that, of course, was extremely important for scaling. So being able to utilize and leapfrog the fixed net totally, no fixed net, no fixed phone, only mobile internet. So then we could be able to scale in Kenya as the first sub-Saharan Africa, totally national scale health information system, reaching out to all the districts in the whole Kenya. That was a revolution in 2010. And then aspired through this, coordinated from University of Oslo, this digital open source health platform, becoming a platform, utilizing all the technology in order to be able to scale. That inspired Ghana, Tanzania, rest of the East Africa, and then also to the India. So that ending up to being over 80 countries that using it as a national health information system. But however, for the NGOs and MSF and the Red Cross and all, it's 130 countries that using DHIS2 as a system. Stop.
And from then on, we kept on going. We even caught a world record along the way in 1999. We also participated in the development of portable hardware in 2005. But yet another thing to know about Norway is that we like to share, especially something as powerful as the internet. And in 2014, the Basic Internet Foundation was created. Josef, what can you tell us about their initiative called the Walk on the Internet?
Thanks so much, Adelie. Despite what Christian said, we still have 75% of people in Africa south of Sahara who don't use mobile broadband because it's too expensive. So we should ask ourselves, are the models which we are using inclusive models? Are the models there to get everyone included? And that's what we asked us to first solve. Can we go out where nobody believes that you can connect? Yes, we can connect. And then the second step was, how can we ensure that everyone is with us? And that's where we adopted the model of the road, of saying that, well, I need someone building a road. But once the road is built, digital pedestrians and digital cyclists can use the road for free. And those of you who know what these shoes are made of, they are from my friends from Kenya, from the Maasai. After we connected them, they gave me these old tires. And those tires are the tires which are now the shoes for the walk on the internet. Thanks.
Thank you. From then on, we kept going and started to look for places that were as remote as Svalbard, but with fewer polar bears. And like the Maasai village of Silila in Africa, this was all part of a broader futuristic vision that we hope to bring here today to IGF. Kjetil, I've been told your nickname is Dr. Internet Enthusiast. What is your enthusiastic vision for the future? What do you think we should discuss here at IGF?
Right, so as someone who turned 20 the year that the web took off, I fall into the category that Douglas Adams said that feels that anything that gets invented before you turn 30 is incredibly exciting and creative, and with any luck, you can make a career out of it. And I did. I got very early on involved in social and semantic web technologies, and more recently, I was the editor of the Solid specification, Tim Berners-Lee's main project. But what we have today is not what I grew up to love. Most seriously, the technology has opened cracks in the fabric of democracy. This was not inevitable. It happened because some powerful men didn't have a clue on how to build successful societies. But it can be made really good. Here, enter a key Norwegian innovation. In 2004, the Norwegian constitution was changed to include that the authorities of the state shall create conditions that facilitate open and enlightened public discourse. Unfortunately, there was a sin of omission that the state did not immediately realize that this means that we need to build new institutions, institutions that develop technology with a democratic mandate rather than just a commercial one. and it has to happen in open, global, digital commons-based ecosystems. Because social media is infrastructure, not only for public discourse, but it underpins most of our social activities, like our relationships, our collaboration, our commerce. So my vision for the future is to bring this together. But the key innovation is that we need to build these new institutions. And that is what I love to discuss.
Thank you so much. Talking about the future and futuristic endeavors, we can't forget Norway's contribution to the search for water on Mars with the ground-penetrating RIMFAX radar in 2021. And in 2022, we were ready to let go of the fixed telephony network, and Norway became the first country in the world to divert all traffic through the internet, a move that we wish upon the rest of the world. Linda, you're the leader of a tech company working with broadband providers. Why is internet access through Wi-Fi and broadband important for everyone?
Well, thank you for the question. When you look at Norway in 2022 and today, actually, we are close to 100% coverage, which is quite unique. Also, what we see is that internet and home Wi-Fi is to be considered as the fourth pillar of infrastructure, meaning it's a household utility. People just expect it to just work just as electricity and water. We also see more connected things than ever in homes today in Norway. That's quite amazing. I mean, just 10 years ago, it was maybe 2 or 3. So it's just evolving very rapidly. This means that we are ready for the next wave, what's coming up now. I like to call it the fifth pillar of infrastructure, meaning it's a service economy. So you were also touching that a little bit, and what you also mentioned is very important, which I think if we do it right, it will give empowerment to governments, businesses, and people, and make us ready for whatever we need to do in the future.
Thank you so much. And now, fast forward to the present, in 2025, the internet is a world of possibilities which we want to offer to the rest of the world. We're excited to see the launch of the Affordable Access for Education, Health and Empowerment Act here in Lillestrøm at IGF. And you get to be a part of it on Friday at 9 a.m. We don't know what the future has in store for us. And I was wondering if I could ask my guests to come up with one word, one topic that you think is the next big thing, the thing to watch here at IGF. You can start with you, Harald.
So, in a world that seems to crack everywhere, stay connected.
Mm-hmm. I can continue to say, time to unite in these difficult times.
And I'd follow up with make it happen.
And my words would be digital commons.
Mine is democracy.
When it comes to the history of the internet, in the great scheme of things, it's only just begun. And I would like to invite you to keep on making history and join me in the opening of the IGF 2025. If you would please follow me to the plenary session so we can start the opening. Thank you so much for your attention.
For your information, a session will start on the open stage in 5 minutes.
på. Gi den til rådgiveren på første rad.
Ja, det bra.
Du har den her.
Ja. Får du sette i gang?
Welcome to this lightning talk here about new Nordics AI. Last week, we got the news that the Nordic Council of Ministers are funding a strategic initiative called New Nordics AI. The objective of this initiative is to accelerate AI adoption and innovation across the Nordic and Baltic region. Here to talk more about this regional initiative is Marianne Wilhelmsen, State Secretary of the Ministry of Digitalization and Public Governance, and Fredrik Syversen, Director for Strategy and Business Development at ICT Norway, and one of the partners in this new initiative. Fredrik, tell us more about New Nordics AI.
I will. First of all, thank you. As you said, my name is Fredrik Syversen. I work daily for ICT Norway / IKT Norge, which is the Norwegian translation. We are the public. We're not the public, we're the private interest organization for technology companies here in Norway. So with that said, this project started a little over a year ago with interest from the Nordic Council of Ministers. Started off in Sweden with our partner AI Sweden, and then took it further with partners all over the Nordics. And as you mentioned, last week we got the confirmation from our funding partner, the Nordic Council of Ministers with Nordic Innovation, that we have secured the initial funding for getting started. And this is a project that is supported by all the governments all over the Nordics. And it's also, we also have to mention that by time we expect all the Baltic countries to be a part of the Nordic AI Center. So this is a little bit of the backdrop. I think all Nordic countries are seen as mature digitally. And that is, of course, very true. But if you look at how we look at the global AI index, the picture is not so pleasant to look at. We are actually dropping from 23 to 24. There's lots of reasons to that, and I guess State Secretary can probably dive into some of the reasons. But I think the lesson learned here is that we are pretty mature from the get-go. And when the AI wave hit us, we kind of didn't took it as seriously as we should. And the opportunity is not missed, but we have to speed up. And that's the reason behind the center. And at least we that come from Europe, we have been bombarded with different reports on, from the European Commission on the state of business in the European area. And it's not so pleasant to read that either. And those of you who have read the Draghi report, we know that the competitiveness of Europe needs to be sped up, and that also goes from Norway. So that's kind of the backdrop as well. And why the Nordics? So Nordics combined with the Baltics, almost a little over 30 million inhabitants, 10th largest economy in the world. That's without the Baltics, to be honest, but still, it gives an opportunity not to be missed, both in terms of the size, but not the least in terms of what we can present to the world when it comes from Nordic values, Nordic opportunities, Nordic innovation, so forth, so on. And what are we going to achieve? So give me a hands up when I'm reaching my 5 minutes here. But I think what we are really looking forward to, and really are eager to, is to speed up adoption. We need all our businesses, we need all our public sector to at least have some strategy concerning AI. And that's kind of the raison d'etre, and that's what we are really aiming at. And we have projects in the get-go that will actually achieve this. We need stronger both national and Nordic leadership. And that is also one of the reasons behind this Nordic project. And of course, when you are looking at from inside out from Norway to the Nordics, all of our businesses are mostly in all Nordic countries. They are led Nordically. Their internal matrix is almost always Nordic. Have to say, all the headquarters are not always in Norway. They have to be in Sweden or Copenhagen for some reason. But the opportunity here is there. and we are ready to launch. So, this coming fall, October, we are gathering in Helsinki. You're all welcome. The Finland is heading the Nordic Council of Ministers that half year. Hence, we're in Helsinki. And the launch will be there with, hopefully, a lot of ministers. We have an election before that, so let's see. But that's where we're going to start. So, just to end up with this slide, that if you're interested to work with us, these are some of the people that you can contact, depending on the country. But I think all of us are interested to hear from you. So that's my 5-minute pitch to why you should be a part of the Nordic AI Center. So, Katrine, back to you.
Thank you, Fredrik. Marianne, why are Norway and the other ministries funding this center?
Thank you, and thank you for the invitation. And of course, also just want to take the opportunity to thank everyone here for coming to this year's IGF and engaging in all the various discussions. Well, first of all, we need to accelerate the AI adoption, and we have a strong and long history of collaborating with our neighbors. Not just because they're our neighbors, but of course because we have a lot in common, as Fredrik says. We have cultural ties. We share the same democratic values: freedom of speech, transparency, human rights, and working together to be able to share experiences and create arenas where we can collaborate, I think will be very important for us to be able to accelerate and speed up the adoption. So when it comes to this initiative, it's a really important initiative, and I am very, very glad that it got the funding.
In terms of the Nordic cooperation, is this particularly important in these days, both towards Europe and the world in general?
I would say so, and of course, we see it. This IGF is also a testament of our strong ties. This year, later today, we're having a reception together with the Nordic Council. Just a little bit later today, I'm having lunch with my colleagues from the Nordics and the Baltics over at the hotel just by here. So definitely an important time, of course, with everything happening around in the world. And I think when it comes to AI, we have a lot we can collaborate on. The language models, for example, ensuring that we have large language models that can that are built on our languages and also our kind of contexts. We need to get, as Fredrik says, the small and the medium-sized companies to be able to adapt, building competence in all areas. We see it's a huge challenge when it comes to that, to having knowledge and competence on how to adopt AI, especially in a safe and secure way in the small and medium-sized businesses, as well as in the public sector. Especially. So working together on initiatives like this can help mitigate those risks and also unlock some of the large opportunities that we have.
Fredrik?
Yeah, I just want to emphasize that. I mean, the Nordics, at least we like to pride ourselves in having shared value sets and shared the business mindset as well. We can always argue that there's differences between us. But I think from a European perspective, you would say that if you look up north, where the Nordics lie, if you look at the map, is where much of the innovation, if you look at the fastest growing innovation, some of the indexes will point north when it comes to Europe. And I think that opportunity is not to be missed, especially coming from Norway. Norway, has to be said, is not a part of the European Union, hence, but we are as close as it gets, to put it like that. We're inside the internal market. But from that perspective also, of coming from Norway, we can piggyback on our Nordic neighbors to influence what is happening in the European Commission and Europe at large. But also I think if you look at, there's some new conflict lines here. It has to be said, over the Atlantic that has not been there before. So in that perspective also, I think working more on the Nordic level is very much politically correct these days. That being said, I think also it makes total business sense. And I think that is kind of the fuel that we are needing to get this engine off the ground and get this plane in the air, so to say. And I think we also have opportunities inside the European R&D environment, being kind of a setup already for being a part of different European initiatives, especially, of course, on the AI, which, if you look at all the numbers that have been flying around, it's billions of euros that's going to be heading not our particular way, but going to AI, and we need to take our fair share of that coming from the Nordics. That's a given.
Mm-hmm. And I just also want to say, like earlier, you showed us some numbers on where Norway, for example, stand. And there are definitely challenges. But we also had, in our government, we recently launched our digitalization strategy. And one of the follow-ups from that is that we have these governmental digital forums where the ministers come together. And just a few weeks ago, we had AI on the agenda there, and we have had Oxford Insights come and present the global index on AI readiness. And we saw that Norway is not as bad as your numbers show. We're quite far high up, and one of the reasons for that is our strong public sector and how digitalized it is. And I think when we bring together all the Nordic countries, we have different perspectives, we have different challenges, and we have different, what can I say, like stuff that we do great, where we accelerate. And when we bring those together, we can all kind of learn from each other and build and increase, get up on those numbers.
Yeah. This center is called the New Nordics AI, so it's also including the Baltic countries, even if they're not part already, but they will be. How do you think the Baltic states can strengthen this cooperation?
Well, like I just said, it will add added value. We see that the Baltics countries, they have shown a lot like agility in adopting technology, and I think that they also have a strong public sector and has shown that the transformation in the public sector as well, and that they have a lot of efforts in accelerating that. So I think we have a lot to learn from each other. And then also, of course, the talent pool that we can bring in. So being close and collaborating also with the Baltics, I think it's a nice, it adds value to this Nordic initiative.
I just want to add on that. I mean, everybody knows of the Estonian miracle, so to say, that they're kind of leading Europe in some parts at least, and we all know Bolt, of course, coming out of Estonia, which we already use. But on that note, I mean, innovation that comes out of the Baltics are kind of top. And the possibility to kind of link into that and to use that as a fuel for further new Nordic collaboration, so to say, that's going to be extremely important. And I can't wait to get those partners on board, because that will really set a new agenda for how we can work both inside the EU, but also towards global interests. And I think we also need to kind of acknowledge that what's happening in the Baltics here are super important. Especially, it's easy to forget Lithuania and Latvia, but also these countries have great innovations coming out of their countries. And as you said, they're also like big on public sector. And it shouldn't be too big, but big is okay. And I think to draw up on that is also interesting. Of course, there's some language there as well. Finnish and Estonian is very closely linked. There's something other with Latvia and Lithuania. Scandinavia is closely linked, so working on those language models, which also kind of a side project to this center, is also getting better if we get the Baltics on board.
Yeah. You mentioned the Norwegian strategy, the digitalization strategy. What are the key priorities for the Norwegian government in terms of AI and digitalization?
Well, first of all, we need AI that we can trust. And of course, when you see, I know I'm talking a lot about the public sector here, so I'll get on to the business sector as well. But when we see that we adopt AI in the public sector, trust is essential because it's our most important currency. And we've had municipalities in Norway leveraging AI and creating reports as decision-making foundation, and it went wrong, to say the least. And we need to learn from those mistakes, and ensure that those kind of usage of AI does not happen. But In Norway, we see AI as a tool to nationally, secure our welfare state and secure equal opportunities for all. We need to work more efficiently in order to keep the level up. And we also see it as a tool for the digital and green transformation. So those are the most kind of important things that are also reflected on the agenda here at IGF right now. And of course, we are implementing the AI Act. We're going to be ready at the same time as the rest of the Europe next summer. At least we're working as fast as we can to enable that, and have put in place a lot of infrastructure, the work on the large language models and what do you call it again? High-tech computing? No.
The law.
Yeah, tungregningskraft.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, sorry. But at least computing with powers, of course. We want it to, we've created AI Norway, which is like the government's AI arena. And we wanted to help accelerate adoption and not be something like a barrier, but more help.
Makes sense. Fredrik?
I just want to say that, I mean, from a business perspective, I think if you don't get on the AI train, you're about to lose your business. Some companies, especially in my business, which is software business, if you're into packaged software, you have delivered the same mail all over the years. Some of these things can be done like in 2 seconds, not 2 seconds, but maybe 2 minutes. So you need to change your models, and you need to change your business models fast, because we don't want to be left behind. I think that's super, super important. And I don't think we kind of wake up and kind of face that reality. So that's going to be very important for this center to get that awareness out. On the public sector side, I agree totally. I mean, all the Nordics, I think those for all Europe, what we're heading at is less money and less people. That's not a good combination. And I think we have left with kind of one tool in the toolbox, that's technology. And technology with AI is something other than just technology. And if you look at the healthcare sector, the opportunities there are so great. And if we kind of put that value set in the bottom or in the top, if you like, to create those opportunities or that solutions based on AI, that is something really can drive our public sector to be not only trustworthy, because that's super important, but also that we trust that the service delivery is going to be there. Because that's also going to be an issue where you have less people. So there's a lot of issues that is concerning AI, but also concerning the society at large.
Yeah, and I just want to add to that, of course, that AI is only as good as the data that you train it on. And I think that when it comes to Nordic countries, and I can mainly speak for Norway, we have a lot of high-quality data, especially from the health sector, and having initiatives and infrastructures or platforms where we can share that kind of data as far as we can. I think that would be very important, not only for the public sector and for the healthcare, for example, but also for our businesses going forward.
Yeah, that brings me on to the next question, and that is, you're representing public, you're private. How can public and private maybe cooperate better, especially in terms of data sharing?
Well, I think that these kind of arenas are one of the best starting points that we have to ensure collaboration. And to have contact points where we can get together and talk and see the challenges, and also what kind of what is the status on the regulations? What do we need to improve? Where are the barriers for us to be able to share, for example, the data, or to accelerate within small and medium-sized businesses?
Well, I just want to mention, I mean, if you're coming from Europe, you may be familiar with the data spaces that the European Union are trying to provide these days. It's going to be one in energy, it's going to be especially one in health coming up in the next 3-4 years, and then so on and so forth. These are spaces that are going to create just to share data. And if the Nordics can work together on that one inside the European health spaces, that will be an opportunity that we have to take. Because this is something that's going to be mandatory for all our countries, even Norway, though we're outside the European Union. Health is first, energy is second. These are two projects that we already are working on in the Nordic AI Center. So that is something that just needs to be done in the Nordic Nordic framework, so to say.
And I think when it comes to, for example, data in the health ministry, which is not my ministry, I know that there are a lot of processes and regulation work going on right now. In my ministry, we are working with the new data sharing law that will come later this year, hopefully, and also a new data prioritization kind of council that would help us map out which kind of data we should prioritize to share first.
Thank you so much. So what's next for the center now, Fredrik?
It's I think it's summer holiday. I wouldn't say that, but we're looking forward to October, of course. So we need to get our things together. We're looking for board members. We're looking for the initial setup. We're actually looking for a managing director at these days for the NEAR Center. If you want to work out of Stockholm, be the GM of the Nordic AI Center, please look at our website, New Nordics AI, and apply, because that's what we are looking forward now, is to get the managing director on board. That's going to be the first step.
Thank you, Marianne, Fredrik, and good luck with New Nordics AI.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
For your information, a session will start on the open stage in 5 minutes.
I can go that way.
Ready? All right. Good morning, everyone. It's so nice to see you all here. Thank you for joining. It's morning and day 0, so we're very glad you could make it, and also very happy to see a lot of familiar faces here. My name is Sadhvi Saran. I work with the International Telecommunication Union as a strategy advisor on emerging technologies. But today we're here on the very specific topic of international internet-related public policy issues. ITU runs a member state working group on this. But to give you a proper welcome and a proper introduction to our work, we have 2 incredible speakers. The chair of our working group, as well as one of our vice chairs, Dr. Zhang. But we'll begin with our chair, so Mr. Wojciech Berezovsky, who should be online. He's a counselor on cybersecurity affairs with the Ministry of Digital Affairs in Poland. And like I said, the chair of our council working group on internet. So if I could please request Mr. Berezovsky.
Good morning. It is my pleasure to welcome you to this lightning session of the ITU and Council Working Group on Internet. We are using this opportunity of IGF and meeting with the stakeholders to provide you with more information on our activities. And it will be great to hear your questions after the presentation, which will be made by one of the vices, Dr. Zhang. Unfortunately, I was not able to come to Norway to participate in person, but I'm really very, very glad to see you in the room, but also online. And I would like to pass the floor to Dr. Zhang, who would provide you with more information and a very, very good presentation on our activities. Thank you. Enjoy the session.
Thank you. Thank you so much for joining us. And with that, we now hand over to Dr. Zhang. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and good morning, our chair, and thank you, Sadhvi. Welcome to this session. And today we're going to have a short brief of what we are doing at CWG Internet of ITU. That is a working group of Council of ITU. We are very focused on the Internet public policy. So welcome. We'll have a short introduction, and we open to Q&A. So let me introduce some of the backgrounds. According to the ITU PP, the highest applying potential conference in 2010, they decided to set up a working group on internet. So it has served as a unique platform for internet issues related to identify, study, and develop international public policy issues related to the internet. So you can see the picture that we have some chairs, vice chairs. I'm so glad that I can join this working group. And normally we're working on internet-related issues. And we, according to the Council Resolution 1305, which was very clear that our work spans a range of critical topics. Mostly we can see linked with the internet issues, which are the multilingualization of internet, the management of internet resources, and security, safety, continuity, sustainability, and robustness of internet. And also, we focus on some development aspects of internet. We see that these issues are at the heart of ensuring that the internet remains an inclusive, accessible, and resilient global resource. I know some of you are working in also ICANN, and we are also working on some public-related issues. And we understand that with the ever-evolving nature of the internet, that we should have more stakeholders to be involved in our open consultations. So our group regularly organizes some public consultations on various groups. We have already, I think, we have organized 10 public consultations. So it's not only because of the complexity nature of these challenges, also because we want to draw all the aspects and experience of all of you, a broad spectrum of all the stakeholders. So the goal of this open consultation is to gather diverse perspectives that can inform and enhance the work of ITU and broader UN system on these critical issues. So our consultation is also open to all the stakeholders, including governments, private sector, academia, civil society, and technical community, and beyond individuals also. Last year we have another consultation, and this year we have with the previous, the ongoing public consultation is focused on the ILDCs, that is ensuring meaningful connectivity to the internet for landlocked development countries. And the questions we list are as the following. First, what strategies can be adopted to ensure meaningful connectivity to the internet for LLDCs? And second is, what unique challenges do LLDCs face in attaining meaningful connectivity to the internet? And also, it could include the following aspects, like affordability, quality of the bandwidth, and investments, infrastructure, enabling environment, security, and resilience. And also, what can ITU membership? ITU is based on the multilateral. So, what can ITU member states, governments, and other stakeholders, including those from transit countries, to do to ensure the meaningful connectivity in these LLDCs? So, this is our previous public consultation, and the date is till August 8th, 2025. So, you can just post your contributions, your ideas, thoughts online, and you can also scan this QR code. Also, we'll have the on-spot and online consultation on September 2025. The date is not available yet. I think it's, but we'll have it later. So you are welcome to give your opinion both on-site or online. It's really easy, and you can see for the previous consultation, we have more than 10 consultations, and we have the archive online. It's quite it's easy to find on our website. You go to the website, and there is the archive on the page of CWG Internet. Quite easy. So again, CWG Internet thrives on collaboration, dialogue. We understand your input is so valuable. So the open consultations for all of the stakeholders to put your visions and for us to make an inclusive and secure internet for all. So well, welcome all of you to join us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Zhang. And with that, that's our brief presentation, and of course, an invitation to all of you to participate in our consultations, and then attend the consultation meeting, which happens in Geneva at the end of each cycle, to present your inputs and to have a discussion with the member states that form this group. So with that, we open up now for any questions. We still have Mr. Berezovsky online. We have Dr. Zhang here. You have myself. If there's any questions, any comments, any feedback, we'd love to hear from you before we conclude for today. Going once, going up. There's one.
Thank you very much for the introduction. I'm Professor Xu from Communication University of China. A very technical question. What will happen in Geneva, as you have been talking about? There will be an event in Geneva, right? The second question is about the internet public issues. What are the differences, for example, between ITU and ICANN in terms of the internet public policy issues? So 2 questions. One is technical question about an event. The second is about difference. Thank you.
Sure. I can answer, or I don't know if Wojciech is still here, if you would like to answer. Is he still online?
Yes, I'm online.
Yes, Wojciech, would you like to answer the questions, and then I can complement?
Thank you for the question. Thank you for your interest in the meeting and event that the ITU will organize in autumn. So, as Dr. Jacques mentioned, you are very warmly welcomed to send your input to your written comments, your written opinion to the public consultations that are now available online. The results and the opinions, the inputs will be discussed at a meeting It will be organized in Geneva, and for the open consultations meetings, all the stakeholders that are participating in these open consultations will be invited. So either in person or online, you will be able to present your contribution. You will be able to interact with other speakers, other stakeholders participating in this. As for the second question, I would like to kindly ask you to repeat it, as I haven't heard it exactly.
The second question was the difference between what the Council Working Group Internet is doing and what ICANN is doing.
So speaking on ITU, the Council Working Group is consists of members which are the administrations, but we have also this format of open consultation meetings and open consultations that are open for all stakeholders that are interested in the topic that was decided by the Council Working Group. So as for the ITU, we have these biannually, twice a year, we have the Council Working Group meetings, and also the Council Working Group decides on the public consultations which are open to all stakeholders.
Yeah, I have one word, one sentence.
Yes, of
I
course.
think ITU membership is ITU is very based on the membership, so that's very unique difference.
So just to add some more specifics to that, perhaps, the meeting for this cycle of the consultation will be sometime in September. We don't have the exact date yet, but it's likely to be between the 7th to the 14th of September this year. Remote participation is also available in case you're not able to physically travel. You can always dial in and be part of the discussions there. As has already been mentioned, the work that we're doing here is it comprises of a group of member states with this multi-stakeholder consultation. But we're working on a range of topics, which includes things like the multilingualization of the internet. We just saw the focus on landlocked developing countries. Management of internet resources, the security, continuity, safety, sustainability, robustness of the internet, environmental impacts, the digital divide. So the work is a little bit broader than what ICANN is doing in terms of its work as a nonprofit, focusing on coordinating the domain name systems.
Yeah, that was.
But we collaborate very actively. They come to ITU. We go to their meetings. We're part of the governmental advisory committee. So there's a lot of collaboration. Yeah.
Yeah, I think in 1305, the council resolution is very clear, very clarified how we are doing, and also there was a long history between ICANN and ITU, so it's hard.
Okay. Any other questions? Any comments? Any feedback? No? All right. Okay. With that, we'd like to thank you again so very much for joining us today. Dr. Zhang is here. I'm here. You'll see us walking around. Feel free to catch us at any point if you have any questions that you'd like to ask personally. But of course, we look forward to seeing all of you over the course of the week, and then hopefully at the ITU. We also have a WSIS Plus 20 high-level event that's happening in July. It's from the 7th to the 11th of July, back-to-back with our AI for Good Summit. So we also hope to see some of you in Geneva next month. All right?
Yeah. Thank you. See you in Geneva. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
How do you get close to a building? How do you get under the skin of a building? To me, that is to do with certain types of intimacy and direct relationships. There is no such thing as architecture for the sake of architecture. There is only architecture for the sake of people.
When I got this job and I came here, I realized I wanted the nature into the play. You can't fight this nature. So I just wanted to be a friend with the surroundings. And then we understood, let's call Snøhetta. And I was just like, the water is too far away from the audience. Should we just move the audience towards the water? And then they said, we'll solve it. And then they brought the water to the audience instead.
Working in the office environment in Norway, the biggest difference was that everyone's allowed to be themselves. What's unique here, it's that it very much is a flat structure.
The first time I came into the office of Snøhetta, I thought, I'll be an architect. This is where I want to be. And it seems like it's a kind of realization of the social democratic idea.
Initially, in the mind of Norwegians, Snøhetta is a mountain. It's really not a design and architectural practice. And this mountain is a sort of a gravity point of Norway. So if you put your finger up at where the mountain Snøhetta is located, the whole of Norway would balance in weight.
I don't even know, like, this is like a story that I've been told. And then I've kind of like made it my own, but that's allowed in Snøhetta, so it's okay. The whole reason for why we're called Snøhetta is this philosophy of that everyone can go to Snøhetta, but no one can take Snøhetta with them. So it's kind of like this same philosophy about like nature of Norway, where it's for everyone. It's not something that we own.
There's someone owning this lake and also these surroundings. They're an owner, private owner, but everybody can walk in these forests.
By keeping the nature publicly accessible, you also say that you can own the ground, but it doesn't really only belong to you. And that is beautiful because that's how one should look at Earth and the Earth per se.
This same philosophy is also applied to the way we approach our projects. Like the Opera House, the architecture allows everyone to use it.
You can sit, lay down, have your food. You can even, people skate on it. You can walk on it, although it doesn't belong to you legally. So intimacy in a moment generates ownership. Now, for instance, now I'm sitting on this chair. So while I'm sitting on this chair, it's my chair. But once I go away, it's the chair of the Opera House.
The cultural experience used to be only for the elite. But what we did by just being able to use the building, you are straight away more close to what happens on stage and the culture behind it.
You become part of the Opera House even though you don't necessarily have visited any performances. And the roof of the Opera House is utilizing this right of roaming, you could say. If you want to connect to something, you also have to be able to use it. Like the Wild Reindeer Pavilion, it's part of a series that we have called keyless structures, meaning places without a lock. You can walk in and out, it's open. You don't have to ask anyone, you just go. And that in itself is a virtue of openness and inclusiveness. That's when things are starting to get equal. And the funny thing is, we wanted maybe people to take out their knives and engrave certain messages in the wood, but they don't. So the larger public feel that they should be taking care of it. Now, part of the discussions we were having with Opera House on the whiteness of the opera is that it will be sprayed down by graffiti artists. Nothing. Not one piece. You protect it, because it's also partially yours.
The Norwegian nature is owned by everyone. Once we come into nature, we get kind of stripped from everything that we are. We become equals. We're not defined by our job, our positions, our cars, or our house. We are just humans.
For your information, a session will start on the open stage in 5 minutes.
Hello.
For your information, a session will start on the open stage in 5 minutes.
Let me see who is here.
No.
Hello everyone, I'm Müge Kaptan, Senior Product and AI Lead at BBC Media Action. And I support our country offices and media organization for their digital transformation and AI adoption, especially for responsible and ethical point of view. We also support the innovation solutions, including C2PA. We ensure that it's scalable, practical, and impactful. So I'd like to introduce my colleagues from the BBC, Charlie Horford, and which is Principal Research Engineer at the BBC R&D, and we have Krylo Yesins, has been in Ukraine, and he is Senior Product Manager, and we will also have a Khalifa Said, who is Editor-in-Chief from the Chanzo. The Chanzo is a digital outlet in Tanzania. He couldn't come here today, but he's attending through a recorded audio, and we will hear from him and about his thoughts about C2PA. I'd like to talk about BBC Media Action a little bit, and then BBC Media Action's approach on C2PA. And then I will hand over to Charlie, and then Charlie will talk about what is C2PA in detail and in action, and how the BBC is using it. And then we will hear from our media partners, Suspinne and the Chanzo, about their reflections and needs around C2PA. We will have some Q&A at the end, but if you'd like to join online, we have Slido. So you can see the QR code on the screen, and also you can type 3710912 for your questions, or you can ask it directly here. So BBC Media Action is BBC's international charity. We work in 30 countries and co-create content in 50 languages. We are fully funded by donors and our supporters. We are a front line of the global challenges like disinformation and also declining public trust. We support media organizations, media professionals to enhance their abilities, make them more strengthened, resilient for fragile environments. And we believe that C2PA is a very crucial, very important development in the open standards, and we are really interested in being part of these global conversations from now on. And C2PA is an open standard for content authenticity and provenance, offers one promising approach to help audiences verify where the content comes from and how or where it's altered. We believe that including the voices from the global majority to make these standards more applicable and relevant to the global audience. When we talk about technology, generally we talk about specification and applications, but it's important that bring in those diverse voices and understand their actual needs, how they work, what kind of challenges that they are facing in their day-to-day life and work, and how C2PA innovation solutions like C2PA can fit in that area. So this is where we are focusing on. And at BBC Media Action, we launched an initiative called Pursuit of Truth. We are supporting a cohort of 30,000 media professionals and 1,000 vital media outlets, especially work and serve audiences in fragile environments. And then as part of this commitment, we want to provide tools, technology, and innovation solutions for them to gather the facts and deal with the external pressures and give a platform to diverse voices. And the C2PA is sitting perfectly in that branch and including other open standards and in that field. And also draw on world-class expertise and innovation to advance the ethical use of AI and content verification in media around the world. And we're also providing a big commitment to supporting research to understand how disinformation spreads and how to respond it more effectively. So I want to hand over to Charlie. So Charlie, what is C2PA in action and how the BBC is using it?
Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. Yeah, so I'm Charlie, as Miguel has let you all know by now. So yeah, I'm just going to take you through what C2PA is, how we're using it at the BBC, and how we'd love to see C2PA adopted, I guess, around the world and across the media ecosystem, and some of the challenges that we see in that area, and how maybe we can all work together to make it work. So let's first start with part of our problem. So these are 3 examples of disinformation that have had the BBC logo attached to them. These aren't pieces of AI disinformation. This is just somebody with a video editor. They found the BBC logo. They found the BBC font. They know what the BBC's graphics look like. And they put out what the footage underneath them isn't fake. They've just changed the message. They've changed the message. They put something on there that the BBC hasn't published. And so this kind of problem is the one that we really wanted to address with C2PA. So when the origin of content is really hidden, maybe on a social media platform, all content can look the same. You might think all content is equally trustworthy. So in this world of disinformation, how can as a group of media organizations and other people across the world, how can our commitment to accuracy make a difference? So that was one of the problems that we tried to think about when we were looking at creating a new technology in BBC research and development. So what are some of the others? So answering this question, is the media I see genuine or authentic? Is the general thing we're trying to solve? So we know that there's no real way to securely understand what or who created a piece of content. The existing metadata that we have, which can be really useful, is very easily faked. Anybody can add to it. Anybody can manipulate it. The media itself, as we just saw, is very easily manipulated, and there's no guarantee that it's original. And there's no clear way, if you wanted to see it, to understand the journey of that content. What's happened to it when it's left the camera? Who's changed it? Who's added what? Who's modified what? And so C2PA was really created to address some of those problems. These are some of the people that were involved. And it's really grown to be a pretty huge coalition at this point. So you can see along the top there, I've included some of the technical organizations, the tech companies and product organizations in there. So Adobe are a huge driver in this, but so are Microsoft, Google, Meta, OpenAI, Sony, all part of the C2PA board. And then I've added some of the news organizations that are getting involved because this problem is one that we're really trying to solve. So WDR, BBC, CBC Radio Canada, AFP, France TV. Many people are involved in this process. There's many more on that list that I've not added. So I just wanted to do before I get into this in detail, understand how many people in our audience here are sort of technical, have a technical background. Yeah, got a few people there. So C2PA itself is a standard, a technical standard, and what it does is it describes how you attach a signature, a cryptographic signature, the same kind that you might use on a website to give it that green lock. How you attach that cryptographic signature to a piece of content, so it goes inside a file. And binds to the image or the video or the audio to let you understand where that piece of content has come from. So we use a hash to link it to the video and the audio, and we then use a signature across that. So when we started working on this, we tried to understand, we wanted to ask our users if this kind of thing makes an actual difference. And so we've run a few studies. There's recently been one run, I think, by the University of Bergen that's expanded on this. But when we did it, we asked people, we gave them two sets of content, the same kind of content, and then one had no provenance on it, the other one had this C2PA data on it, and we said, do you trust, what's your level of trust in each of these pieces of content? And the significant one there was that when we added extra transparency data, when we told people where this stuff had come from, they were more inclined to trust that content. And the important thing for other media organizations here is it was the people that didn't use our website already that were the most affected by that. And so we then ran a trial. So this is a piece of content we ran that came into our verification team, BBC Verify. They then did manual verification checks. And what we wanted to do is take the output of their verification checks and add it into the content, so attach it to the content, and then we showed that to our audiences. We did that with about 5 pieces of content as our trial. Gives you much more detail when you click that blue button to expand it. And we did the same thing. We asked people if they would find it more trustworthy, and they came back I think it was about 80% of people said they found that piece of content, that extra data more useful, and it added more trust to the story. And then what we've also been doing is working with an organization called the IPTC to establish a way for publishers to get a certificate that proves who they are, so that people can't impersonate you. So the BBC or AFP in this example gets a certificate from GlobalSign. They send it to the IPTC, and then we add that to a list of not trusted organizations. It's actually just verified organizations whose identity has been verified. So if you want to know how can you use it now, all of these pieces of software and in some cases cameras are available right now to make use of it. So if any of these are in use by you today, I'd encourage you to go and check them out. More are being developed. And with that, who are we handing to first?
Yeah, we've been close to working with the BBC since last year, and we included the diverse voices from our partners to the workshops and the global conversations. And then we want to show you one of the thoughts from the Chanzo editor-in-chief, Khalifa Said, is sharing with us about his challenges in Tanzania around misinformation and how the C2PA is relevant to his work.
Hello, my name is Khalifa Saidi. I am the editor-in-chief of the Chanzo. The Chanzo is a digital media platform based here in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, focusing on public interest journalism and public accountability and investigation. The major problem that we face here in Tanzania with regard to misinformation and disinformation includes but not limited to impersonification of brands, a phenomenon that have affected many media outlets here in Tanzania, including the Chanzo, where we have been forced on numerous accounts to come to public and deny the content that have been shared on social media platform impersonating our brands, and it have been very difficult for us to deal with a situation like that because many people trust our brand, and when they see content online with our logos and brand colors, they can be very difficult for average reader to tell whether it's real or not. But another types of disinformation or misinformation is we have seen, especially during the time of crisis, for example, all the video taken out of context, resurfaced on social media, purported to be about the events that are happening during that week or day, and we have been battling with these problems where you have multiple media outlets in Tanzania which have produced a number of content, maybe 2 or 3 years ago, but they are not dated. And if, for example, they are related to demonstrations or protests, and if there is a protest on that day, this video resurfaces on social media, purporting it to be happening on that day. And so in this context, we are very optimistic that a technology like C2PA offers such a huge potential for us as editors and journalists to counter misinformation and disinformation, because it allows the user to tell if the content is real or not, because the technology allows media content in partnership with the platforms like Twitter, now X, Facebook, and others to sign their content that allows users to tell that this is really from the channel or this is really from this particular media outlet and not an impersonation. And of course, we are also happy to work with the BBC Media Action, which is helping us better understand this technology and apply it in our day-to-day operations. Thank you, but goodbye.
Well, thank you, Khalifa. I want to turn to you, Krilo. And can you talk about Suspinne a little bit? Who is Suspinne and what do you do? And what are your challenges? And then what do you think about the C2PA in your day-to-day work? Why is relevant to you?
Yeah, thank you, Müge. Hello, everyone. So I represent Suspilne. This is public service media from Ukraine. It was established as an independent media institution 8 years ago. And since that time, specifically 5 years ago, we started intense digital transformation, and there are a lot of outputs of this process, like organizational, content-wise, and BBC Media Action and other partners invest a lot of their time and resources to support us on this journey. And specifically, 5 years ago, our flagship digital news platform was launched. It is called Suspilne.media, and you can access it through any browser. And using this platform and our other digital channels, we deliver high-quality journalism. What does it mean? So we recognize our main mission is to empower citizens' decision-making by providing them with a high-quality journalism. And our output is recognized by independent watchdog organization as one of the most trustworthy journalistic products, meaning that we totally adhere to journalistic standards. And operating in Ukrainian media context and global context, we encountered obviously really aggressive competition for the attention of our audiences. And specifically now we're countering hybrid warfare and disinformation that has been intensified severely since the full-scale Russia invasion to Ukraine. Also, it's affect the operational conditions, both for audience and for media. For example, only this night, Russia launched more than 370 drones and missiles in total. So also another take of media sphere that get us tackling these challenges is the rise of AI, supporting AI-powered systems, also algorithmic-based news feeds, for example, as Google Discover. All of these products, they operate at some extent as a black boxes, and there are really lack of signals and parameters they can embrace to arrange the content with the most value for the end user. And talking about C2P technology and the pilot we would like to run with the BBC, and the process that now leading by Charlie is to get this technology incorporated into the end-to-end process of web publishing. So we can provide our audience with at least one additional mean to draw a distinctive line between the trustworthy content and kind of other content. So the value is huge, and it might sound boring when it comes to C2PA, recognized as some standard, but in general for UAPBC we recognize it as an innovation vibe. So some piece of code can just dramatically change the way content appears into the screens of our end users, and they can end up with a change in their behavior, recognizing the high quality content and put the preferences on that compared to some other resources. So, yeah, this is a value. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Charlie, I want to ask you, where do you see these technologies going next? And how actually we can make it broader adoption, especially by the global majority?
Okay, hopefully where we will see the technology going next is expansion in where it's being used. So we're really hoping that we're going to see more media organizations using it. we're really hoping to be able to put a pilot in place with Suspilna. That would be fantastic. There's lots of other people that are involved. We'd also love to see more support from platforms, social media platforms. I think most media organizations get a lot of their traffic, or a lot of their audiences come via social media platforms. That might be TikTok, it might be YouTube, it might be Facebook, lots of them. And then there's also a few other considerations, I guess, to help us get that broader adoption. So there's a concept called redaction in C2PA. So that's the idea that you want to show people as much information as possible, right, to help them make a decision about, is this trustworthy? But sometimes that information can hurt people. Maybe it could hurt the subject of the photo. Maybe it could hurt the person taking it, so location and date and time. So having the ability to remove those things where somebody might be put at risk is really important. That's redaction, so we need to see that implemented. We've got device and tool adoption, so we need to get to a place where it's possible for any organization or any person taking a picture with their camera that it's just built in. They don't need to do anything special. I think that's starting to happen, but we need that to roll out more. We also need, if you're going to be part of this as a media organization, you need to be able to look after your private key. That's the thing that's going to be really important to you. So developing security procedures. We've talked about platforms, pilots. So I think really it's about finding the right use case. What's the best thing that helps you out? Maybe it's showing users on your platform more detail about your content. Maybe it's telling people on social media that this is really from you. Another one is considering how content comes into your organization. If lots of people send you images, maybe images and videos from users, being able to detect maybe whether they are genuine is really important. So do that at that point. And then media literacy is probably one of the biggest ones on this list. Helping your users understand what all of this means. You can't just put this information in front of people and expect them to understand it. So we have to use our products, we have to use our journalism to explain to people what this means.
And thank you very much. And how C2PA works for AI-generated content?
Okay, so on AI-generated content, a few organizations now, so OpenAI and Microsoft, are actually putting AI labels into their content, and they're using C2PA. And so if you click through to the next slide, I think if some social media companies are now using that, so if you click through again, this is an example of TikTok, and where they detect a C2PA AI label, they actually let users know, and we're hoping this will become more broadly adopted as we go forward. If you click, yeah, so that's just the AI label. And then I think this next one, just a little video, so if you click play on that. So this is a prototype that we're working on. And so here I've added an AI image, and I'm just in the background, I'm inspecting the C2PA label. And because it was produced by one of those tools, you can see that that's been AI generated. They're not bulletproof at the moment. We still need to use other techniques to detect whether something's AI generated, but this is a good first start at that.
Well, thank you very much. We have some time for questions, and please fire up. And we'd like to hear from you, your thoughts, and any experiences, any challenges that you're facing, and do you think C2PA is important to you? So please go in. And I'm also checking Slido if anything comes up on online.
Just a second. I think there is a question from there.
Last one, thanks. This is great, and I'm a big supporter of C2PA. But I wanted to ask a couple questions on the public side of it, in terms of the public response and recognition of it. I'm Amy Mitchell with Center for News Technology Innovation, and look a lot at sort of how do we think about really public service in these kinds of things, and there can be value in internal kinds of signals that maybe aren't meant for public-facing purposes, but in the space where you're looking to really have the public benefit and understand the integrity. In your research and tests, have you seen them recognize the sign, the print, the content label that's on there and respond positively in choice? Or is it more at this point about interest in it, interest in having something like that be a sign? I'd be curious.
Charlie, would you like to go?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. That's a really good question. So when the research I showed there, we showed people without any extra data, and we showed them with the extra data. We showed them a C2PA logo. We didn't get any comments back about any recognition yet. So as a brand, I don't think C2PA has much public recognition. So I think in terms of media literacy, that's a job for us to do. But in terms of us giving them the extra data, that was a big trust indicator. So that had a direct impact, not just on interest, but on how trustworthy people found the content itself.
Thank you. We have a question on Slido. Is there any plan to integrate C2PA to existing regulations for information integrity, such as EU DSA or Online Safety Act of the UK?
So I guess it's being looked at by many different organizations, many regulatory bodies around the world. I'm not sure if it has been named directly in any of them, but there's quite a lot of regulation that's starting to come out that's talking about the need to label things, particularly from an AI perspective. So you're getting a lot more AI labeling requirements. Whether we would ever push to get C2PA as a technology embedded into legislation, I'm not sure. It might be useful to get some movement, but then if there's standard changes at a later date, maybe we'd want some flexibility. But the idea of provenance, the idea of labeling, I think would be really great.
I think we have time for one more question, if you want to ask any from the room. I just want to ask last question about the social media platforms, how they're adopting so far, and what's the response in detail?
So I think the response has been mixed but positive. So most of the adoption we see are in social media platforms using C2PA to understand whether something has been labeled as AI. They're most interested in that situation. We've seen less adoption for people interested in labeling things as from the BBC, from Cispilna, or maybe showing you more detail about your media. But we're hopeful that the more content we see, the more we publish, the more social media organizations will start to adopt. And really, it's for us to request that of those platforms, I think.
Well, thank you so much. We are at the end of the session now. But if you're interested in investing into this standards, and if you want to have questions or sharing ideas, we're just here, and just come and then join the conversation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
For your information, a session will start on the open stage in 5 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Welcome to this lightning talk at IGF 2025, AI for Sustainable Development, the Roles of the Public and Private Sectors. I'm Cynthia Su, the Deputy Dean of Tsinghua Range Joint Research Institute for Intelligent Society at Tsinghua University, China, and I'm honored to serve as your moderator for today's session. First of all, on behalf of the organizers, Tsinghua University, I would like to extend our warmest welcome to our distinguished guests and audience. Today's lightning talk will focus on how AI can help advance sustainable development. And today we are honored to have 4 distinguished guests to join us. First of all, I'd like to welcome Professor Yung Guo, the Vice Chair of University Council of Tsinghua University, to deliver the opening remarks. Welcome, Professor Guo.
Thank you, Xin, for your brief introduction. Distinguished guests, colleagues and friends, ladies and gentlemen, it's a true pleasure to join you at the 20th United Nations Internet Governance Forum to explore some of the most pressing questions of our time. How can AI contribute to sustainable development? And how are the respective roles of the public and private sectors evolving in this process? On behalf of Tsinghua University, the host of this lightning talk, I would like to extend my warmest welcome and heartfelt thanks to all the distinguished experts and guests to being here today. Sustainable development in the AI era has become a central theme in global governance. Chinese President Mr. Xi Jinping has emphasized that AI is a strategic technology at the forefront of today's scientific revolution and industrial transformation, with strong spillover effects that can drive broader progress. Universities are engines for knowledge and innovation, so we must take the active role in leading AI to serve communities and sustainability. As AI is becoming more and more integrated into society, Tsinghua is committed to leading in AI research and applications. We are also pursuing interdisciplinary studies that investigate how to govern a future intelligent society. In China, we refer to this concept as intelligent society governance. We are deeply mindful of the societal challenges that AI brings. In response, Tsinghua University established the Institute for Intelligent Society Governance in 2019, with Professor Su Jun serve as its founding dean. This institute brings together the university's multidisciplinary strengths to conduct in-depth research on the fundamental theories and core policy issues of the intelligent society. Over the years, the IISG has made significant contributions in key areas, including AI and information cocoons, social polarization, employment transformation, and energy transition. Our work represents an important exploration of Chinese solutions for intelligent society governance. These efforts have received strong support from the Chinese government and broad recognition from across the society. The IISG has delivered exceptional outcomes in scientific research, talent cultivation, international collaboration, and standard setting, offering valuable Chinese insights to the global discourse on intelligent society governance. We are honored to host this lightning talk today, and in this context, I would like to share 3 reflections. First, we must focus on talent development. This means advancing interdisciplinary education in AI and intelligent society governance to cultivate a new generation of talent. individuals with both technical proficiency and a strong sense of social responsibility. Secondly, we must strengthen collaborative mechanisms. Deeper collaboration across government, industry, academia, and research institutions is needed to tackle both theoretical and practical challenges in using AI for sustainable development and to evaluate elevate our innovation and applications to new heights. Thirdly, we must deepen international cooperation. By advancing global exchanges in technology, standard setting, and financial integration, we can ensure digital dividends and are shared more widely and equitably. In closing, I wish this session great success. I look forward to hearing the diverse insights from all the speakers today and to joining forces in shaping AI's development toward a more sustainable and equitable future for all. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Guo, for your inspiring remarks. Now, I'd like to invite Ms. Xuanyun Yu, the Associate Deputy Director, the General of the Bureau of Law-Based Cyberspace Governance at the Cyberspace Administration of China. She will speak about how the Chinese government is actively promoting the development of international frameworks and implementing national policies, regulations, and standards of AI towards sustainable development. Welcome.
As you know, AI has exerted profound influence on socio-economic development and the progress of human civilizations, bringing unprecedented development opportunities to the world, while posing unprecedented risks and challenges. AI can turbocharge its stable development, but transforming its potential into reality requires AI that reduces biases, misinformation, and security threats, building capacity on computing power, data, and governance, global coordinating to build a safe, secure, and inclusive AI that is accessible to all. Last year, the 17th session of the UN General Assembly adopted a resolution entitled "Seize the Opportunities of Safe, Secure, and Trustworthy AI Systems for Sustainable Development." It's the first ever resolution negotiated at the UN General Assembly to establish a global consensus approach to AI conference. The resolution encourages member states to promote safe, secure, and trustworthy AI systems to advance sustainable development by developing regulatory and governance approaches and frameworks related to AI systems. China is an active advocate and practitioner of global AI governance. In 2023, President Xi Jinping proposed the Global AI Governance Initiative, systematically expanding on the Chinese plan in three aspects: AI development, security, and governance. The initiative suggests that development AI should adhere to the principle of people-centered AI for good, to ensure that AI always develops in a way that is beneficial to human civilization. We support the role of AI in promoting sustainable development and tackling global challenges. To implement the initiative, National Technical Committee on Cybersecurity and Standardization Administration of China released the AI Safety Governance Framework. In 2024, the 8th session of the UN General Assembly unanimously adopted the resolution entitled "Enhance International Cooperation on Capacity Building of AI," proposed by China. The resolution aims to achieve inclusive, beneficial, and sustainable development of AI, encourages international cooperation and practical actions to help countries, especially developing countries, strengthen their AI capacity building, and supports the United Nations in playing a central role in international cooperation. To implement the resolution, China proposed the AI Capacity Building Action Plan for Good and for AI, and put forward 5 visions and goals and 10 China's actions, which aim to bridge the AI the digital divide, especially to help the global South benefit actively from AI developments and promote the implementation of the UN 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. China has formulated and implemented laws and regulations on the development and governance of AI, first AI policy and rules and standards, including Next Generation AI Development Plan formulated by the State Council, 6 regulations and rules formulated by Cyberspace Administration of China, such as interim measures for the management of generative AI service, measures for the identification of synthetic content generated by AI, and several standards, including basic security requirements for generative AI services. Second, data security governance laws and regulations related to AI, such as data security law, personal information protection law, and regulations on the management of network data security. Third, online information governance, regulations, and rules related to AI, such as regulation on the protection of minors in cyberspace, and the rules on the governance of online violence information. In legislation and law enforcement, China adheres to the principles of giving equal importance to development and security, innovation and governance, takes effective measures to encourage the innovative development of AI and implement inclusive, prudent, and classified and graded supervision of AI. In the development and application of AI, China protects personal privacy and data security, prohibits the theft, alteration, leakage, and other illegal collection and use of personal information, protects intellectual property rights, and prevents and manages risks such as false information, algorithm biases, and system attacks. In the future, China will speed up the formulation and the improvement of relevant policies, regulations, application specifications, and ethical standards, build a technical monitoring, risk warning, and emergency response system, improve the development and management mechanism of generative AI, establish an AI security supervision system, ensure that every stage of the AI life cycle is more safe, reliable, controllable, and equitable, and will continuously conduct international exchanges and cooperation in AI development, security, and governance to promote sustainable development. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Yu. Now I'd like to welcome Ms. Xin Yiding, the Youth Ambassador of the Institute of Intelligent Society, Governments of Tsinghua University, to share from the young perspective.
Good afternoon. Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen. Have you ever been tricked by the information online or paused before sharing a viral news, thinking it might be AI generated? These are not just hypothetical questions. They are profound signs of a huge shift. Artificial intelligence is not just changing how we access information, but also the very concept of truth and trust. As a part of the generation that creates the future, we're born into a coexistence with artificial intelligence. Its influence shapes every corner of society, from individuals to organizations, from governments to markets. Now, let's be clear. AI creates opportunities for many fronts, including public service, urban governance, and sustainable developments. Advanced AI models, like the one I show, the fire patterns predicts fire patterns before it spreads. And autonomous cars, like mobile eyes, could enhance road safety by providing collision avoidance systems. And also, AI-powered platforms provides educational opportunities to underserved areas. With each innovation, we make human lives more efficient, convenient, and safe. AI also creates opportunities for groups unseen by the mainstream society. In rural China, farmers started selling Maomao fruit, named after a golden retriever who took bites on oranges. And the story went viral online, which revitalized the economy of Zigui County in rural China. By March 2024, it generated 4 billion yuan in annual sales. Among other similar cases, AI also demonstrates the power not just to benefit the few, but also to uplift the many. Yet, as we embrace AI's promises, we must also see its risks. Data monopolies, algorithmic biases, information overload, and high energy consumption, all of which could widen the gap between the ones with power and the ones without. Let's take disinformation as an example. Our generation habitually relies on AI, yet AI can generate false information while presenting it as truth. This photo, it shows me, but I've never had that hairstyle, never got a sweater like this. It was actually swapped with the face of the lady there, and it's generated by Pika Art. So AI has immense power that's misleading. Imagine seeing a pornography of a friend online. How many seconds would it take you to doubt if it's deep-faked? When AI can so easily blur the lines between reality and falsehood, such fabrication can cause great harm. And I'm presenting a video right here. It's IGF. It's also AI-generated. None of this is real. And this is not just a interpersonal relationship danger. It's also a crisis in terms of public trust. When a world leader's face can be put into any video, when seeing is no longer believing, our executional trust crumbles. And that is why our generation bears the dual responsibility to act in both public and private spheres. This begins with the imperative of intelligent society governance, which is to remedy the impact of AI and putting a focus on a human and ethical aspect of AI society. And first, at individual level, we'll be empowered with cognitive tools to guard against AI hallucination, to question source, cultivate critical thinking. Second, as collective, we young people cannot just settle for symbolic participations. We must also push for ethical frameworks and regulation that keep pace with AI's rapid growth. Thirdly, we need to improve AI literacy for everyone. People need to understand how data is used and collected and learn logic behind algorithms. And our mission, as UN stated, is to leave no one behind. We have a long journey ahead in the future shaped by AI, but I believe we're ready to take the right steps. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ding, for your excellent insights on the importance of youth in promoting the sustainable development of AI. And finally, it's my great honor to invite our last keynote speaker, the Professor Ronnie Medalia from Copenhagen Business School. Welcome.
Thank you very much. So when we talk about artificial intelligence impacts on sustainability, of course, a useful thing to do is look at what data shows us and what scholarly research shows us. So I'll give you a little bit of insights, and you're free to look up into the sources of everything I say in the QR codes that you see in the slides, starting from my own profile as professor at the Copenhagen Business School. When we talk about potentials, basically it's very hard to think of any achievement of any of the SDGs without using artificial intelligence. Research shows us that the potentials are really in 3 areas: efficiency, data governance, and sustainable business models. So here are some examples from research. This is an example that really shows us how you can use AI for increasing efficiency for SDG goals. In the city of Aarhus in Denmark, where I live and work, there has been a use of sensors in the drinkable water grid of the city to anticipate the use of drinkable water throughout the territory and therefore reduce waste of such a precious resource. So this is clearly an example in line with SDG number 6 about clean water and sanitation. Another key area of use for AI is related to sustainability data governance. This is an example of a Danish company that uses drone technology to collect data about emissions from factories or from physical locations that are very hard to reach otherwise. And by feeding these data into machine learning, they're able to anticipate levels of pollution in an area and inform policies. The third potential area is about creating new sustainable business models. This is a Danish company that is using a blockchain together with artificial intelligence to track the provenance of products, such as design products, in this case, a pair of shoes, whereby the consumer, by scanning a QR code, can identify whether that pair of shoes has been produced in ways that are environmentally friendly. However, the other side, research shows us, of AI impacts on sustainability are also negative. So we do know that, for instance, generative AI, the new large language models, use a lot of energy. So the flip side of this is that, for instance, research shows us that to generate one single image with a large language model, such as ChatGPT, uses the same amount of CO2 as charging your mobile phone up to 50%. These servers that do the strong computing for large language models also need to be cooled down. So it has been calculated recently that the global AI demand may be accountable in 2 years from now for a water withdrawal equal to 6 times the whole country of Denmark for a whole year of water. Another element that cannot be understated is the so-called rebound effects. When we are able to distribute resources more efficiently, think about the sharing of cars that is done through new applications, this could be unintended consequences. For instance, people use less of public transportation, and then we will have more traffic on the streets. So how do we account for these unintended consequences? Last but not least, with AI, we see a lot of potential for bias and discrimination. If you ask a large language model to produce an image, for instance, of a CEO, you will always have, most of the times, a white young male. But if you ask for an HR manager or a nurse, you will always have a woman. So the potential for increasing discrimination, digital divide, and bias is sort of embedded in the way AI works in many cases, and it has to be mitigated. So the bottom line is that we need to have an understanding of what research shows us besides the desiderata of AI on sustainability, and therefore mitigate the risk in order to achieve the potentials of artificial intelligence for sustainable development goals. Thank you very much.
So, thank you, Professor, for your excellent speech. So, dear guests and audience members, today's keynote speakers have shared from various perspectives how AI empowers sustainable development, its potential risks and practices for promoting AI's sustainable growth, inspiring deep reflection among us. Due to the time constraints, today's event comes to an end. Thank you very much, and looking forward to seeing you next year. The last but not the least, tomorrow we'll have the session at 9 a.m. at Workshop 3. I'm looking forward to seeing you there as well.
For your information, a session will start on the open stage in 5 minutes.
Warmly welcome to the lightning talk on advancing equality and inclusion in AI, co-organized by the Council of Europe and the European Union Agency for Fundamental Rights. My name is Sara Haapalainen and I work for the Hate Speech, Hate Crime and Artificial Intelligence Unit of the Council of Europe. In this session, we will give you a snapshot on key challenges related to bias, anti-discrimination, and equality in AI systems and opportunities to address them. To have more inclusive discussion, we invite the audience to contribute to this session through an online platform I'll introduce shortly. Discussions can also continue after this short session. But first, I have the great pleasure to give the floor to the Deputy Secretary General of the Council of Europe, Björn Berg, to say a few opening words. Please, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much, Sarah, and very good afternoon to all of you. Let me first start by congratulating Norway, my home country, for hosting this year's Internet Governance Forum. We are here to address a reality we can no longer ignore. Artificial intelligence is shaping how people access jobs, services, information, and justice. But too often, these systems reinforce inequality. Consider this. Women make up just 22% of the world's AI workforce. That lack of diversity influences not only how systems are built, but how fair or biased they become. And we clearly see the impact. Algorithms screening out women for jobs, chatbots that misread names and accents, decisions made with no explanation or recourse. These are not isolated issues. They are systemic deficiencies, and they demand a systemic approach and response. In Europe, we are responding. The Council of Europe Framework Convention on Artificial Intelligence opened for signature last year. It is the first international treaty placing AI under the rule of law and at the service of human rights, democracy, and equality. Together with the EU AI Act, it offers a legal foundation to ensure AI upholds rights, not only undermines them. But as you know, rules alone are not enough. Equality bodies, national human rights institutions, and civil society must help shape, monitor, and improve these systems. Our joint project with the European Union to support equality bodies is one example of this in practice. Earlier this year, the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres asked, "Are we ready for the future?" His answer was plain no, and he was right. Let us not treat AI as just a technological issue. Let us treat it as also a justice issue. Because if AI is to serve the public good, it must serve everyone equally and fairly. Period. I thank you very much, and please enjoy the discussion now between my two colleagues. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Deputy Secretary General of the Council of Europe, for setting the stage for our discussion. Let's unpack the linkages between human rights and AI a bit more together with David Reichel, Head of Data and Digital Sector from FRA, the European Union Agency for Fundamental Rights. But before we dive into the discussion, I also want to announce that unfortunately our second speaker, Ivana Bartoletti, is not able to be with us today due to unforeseen circumstances. Nevertheless, the audience can share their thoughts via the Mentimeter by going to menti.com and adding the code. Let me just show you. Adding the code shown on the screen. You will have the same question than David. So we will discuss first about the risks AI poses to equality. So what do you think, what are the key risks for equality in AI? The mic is yours.
Thank you, Sarah. It's a big pleasure to be here. Good afternoon. So I'm from the EU Agency for Fundamental Rights, where we've been dealing with AI and equality issues for many years now. So one of the key risks for equality when using AI is to use it for decision-making without properly assessing it for potential biases. It's a key risk if we use AI blindly. To give you an example, in the year 2015, so 10 years ago, we interviewed people at EU border crossing points about the use of automated border gates. Back then, the majority of travelers actually said, oh, that's good, because a lot of border guards are discriminating us. So when the machine is there, it's better and it's neutral. Unfortunately, 10 years later now, we learned a lot of examples that this is unfortunately not true. Machines are not neutral. Using them is not without risks. To the contrary, AI, as we also just heard, may perpetuate, it may reinforce, or even create inequalities and discrimination. And we heard examples also in the opening speech of the Deputy Director General of the Council of Europe. So why can this happen? There are several reasons why the use of AI may lead to more inequality. For example, the training data, the data used to build certain algorithms are already biased. If you have police forces which in some areas, unfortunately, engage in racial profiling, you shouldn't use these data to automate predictions for police. What else could be the case? Training data may not be of high quality, may not be representative. A lot of people heard already about the case of face recognition technology that worked really well at the beginning for white male faces, but not at all for black and female faces. The problem obviously was it was just trained on white male faces. What is more, currently more and more AI tools use general purpose AI models, meaning large language models trained on much data from the internet. We tested offensive speech detection algorithms by building them ourselves and then testing them for certain biases. What we found was that these speech detection models very often overreact to certain words, most notably words like Muslim or Jew, because there's a lot of hatred targeted at these groups. However, the reason for these biases was not always in our training data. Sometimes the biases were also coming from their large language models. There was also some bias included, intersectional bias. For example, in Italian, we tested the offensive speech algorithms for biases. And in Italian, like also in German, you use more gendered nouns. And the error rates for non-offensive sentences for the feminine version of Muslim in Italian was much higher than for the masculine version. And the other way around for Jews. Lastly, we also did a test and found that speech that is completely neutral, but more likely to be African-American dialect, that was prone to higher error rates for non-offensive speech compared to other sentences that were not likely to have this kind of dialects. So we have enough evidence that we should be worried. And this is not to get me wrong. The use of AI is great, of course, and we can use it in a variety of areas. But as was also hinted to in the opening speech, we need regulation. And we not only need regulation, but we also need guidance on how to apply the regulation in practice. In our research, we speak very often to developers and users of AI, and a lot of companies, but also public administrations, want to do the right thing, but often don't know how do I actually assess biases and how do I mitigate the risks in practice. So as was mentioned, in the EU, we have several laws that can help making AI fairer and better. We have the EU AI Act recently adopted, which has a lot of requirements that can help providers and deployers of AI to look into biases. We have the Digital Services Act, which tackles the very large online platforms and has risk mitigation. And lastly, we also have our long-adopted data protection laws in the EU that also help processing data in a fairer way and to avoid discrimination.
Thank you. Outlining the serious risks to individuals and to our societies, obviously affecting those who are already impacted by discrimination and inclusion. You also went a bit to the solutions and opportunities, which we will discuss next. But let's have a look at the Mentimeter and what the audience voted as key risks for equality in AI. I see biased algorithms and lack of regulation and laws as the highest, and then opacity of the AI systems as a third key risk foreseen in AI. You touched upon the biased algorithms, also the regulation. Obviously, in the Europe, at least, we're lucky we are having regulation. Not only the EU AI Act, but also what was mentioned by the Deputy Secretary General of the Council of Europe. We have the Framework Convention of AI, which is actually a global international treaty. So we have some tools and elements. I also want to highlight that together with the Council of Europe and the European Union are currently developing some solutions to respond to some of the risks in addition to regulation. And we are, for example, cooperating with the equality bodies across Europe, and together we are developing tools and knowledge to detect and address discrimination resulting from the use of AI systems, including ensuring sufficient remedies. And these tools include, inter alia, policy guidelines and online training on AI and anti-discrimination, as well as a protocol to handle victims' complaints. But let's dive into more of the solutions and opportunities. And we have also the same question for the audience. So what are the key opportunities for ensuring equality in AI?
Thank you. It's a pity that Ivana can't be with us, but I'm also happy not just speak about risks, but also opportunities of AI. In our research with developers and users of AI, we also asked about why are companies or administrations using AI? And we were very surprised to see that almost exclusively people were saying we want to use it for efficiency purposes. We want to make things faster and quicker. That's fair enough. Of course, that's a good reason to use. But first of all, efficiency as such is not enough reason to interfere with fundamental rights, on the one hand. But secondly, I was also surprised to see that very rarely those using AI say we want to use AI to actually make better decisions, to make fairer decisions. And when I see the people see in the Mentimeter also that risks of fundamental rights are the lack of regulation and biased algorithms, I would really suggest that we all embrace the current regulation and use it to make use of all the opportunities of AI. First of all, when regulation requires you to assess AI before you use it in practice, then this is an opportunity. If we look into biases, we actually learn a lot about where society is going wrong, right? If there's recruitment software that prefers men over women, then this reflects ongoing practices. So learning about these disadvantages in society is a great opportunity. Once we identify these issues, we can, of course, think about how we can fix those biases and try to find ways to make fairer and also more accountable decision-making. Obviously, to embrace this fairer decision-making and proper assessments, we need protocols and guidance on how this can be done in practice. A lot of the law includes so-called fundamental rights impact assessments, or at the Council of Europe is the Human Rights, Democracy and Rule of Law Impact Assessment. A lot of people think this is very complicated to do, But in a sense, I would say it's not that difficult to do. You usually start by describing your system, what tasks you want to automate, what purposes you're using AI, what technology is used, what training data did you use. And secondly, you look into different fundamental rights. Should usually start with privacy and data protection. Do you process information about the private life of people that you're actually not allowed to do? That should be ruled out. Secondly, and that's the big block, bias and non-discrimination. So here, you would start by scanning the information that is processed in your algorithm. Is there any information linked to protected characteristics, ethnic origin, gender, and so forth? Obviously, just taking this information out is sometimes not enough, so you have to look for so-called proxies. Is there any information that is highly correlated with some protected characteristics? And lastly, there's also the right to an effective remedy under the fundamental rights impact assessment. So making this assessment and making transparent what you're doing, you allow the decisions also being challenged in court, and this way provide an equality of arms. So, as was mentioned, the Council of Europe, but also in the EU, we work a lot on this guidance, on how to help developers and providers of AI to make this kind of assessments. And this way, really showing that the regulation is an opportunity to embrace a human rights approach to the use of AI. It's of course not innovative if you use AI and discriminate. It's also not efficient and not sustainable. So there's the opportunity to actually create a better AI. At the Fundamental Rights Agency, we are working on several reports. One on high-risk AI, where we looked into the use of AI in the area of employment, education, law enforcement, and migration. And we will publish a report later this year, which will include some of this guidance. We'll have another report on the use of remote biometric identification, including face recognition in the context of law enforcement, and the third one on digitalization of justice, which will all come out later this year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David. In addition, let me look at the Mentimeter. So the audience has suggested that the key opportunity for ensuring equality in AI is increasing AI literacy, which is indeed very important as well, and is included in the European regulation as well. We need to raise awareness of the AI, its risks and opportunities. I will also use the opportunity from the Council of Europe side to highlight 3 things based on our work with the quality bodies and based on the Council of Europe study published on the impact of artificial intelligence, their potential to promote equality, including gender equality, and risks they may cause in relation to non-discrimination, and mention 3 things. Firstly, as we know already, AI systems are not neutral and reproduce and amplify structural inequality. Equality needs to be promoted in and through the use of AI and informed by the views of those impacted, as outlined in the Council of Europe Framework Convention on AI. In addition to the AI governance, we must also remind the legislators and the AI deployers that the anti-discrimination legislation applies to AI as well. So it's not only the AI legislation that we should look into. And then secondly, if prevention fails and discrimination by AI systems occur, then we need to ensure access to remedies, exactly as David was saying, to restore rights and provide justice for those being discriminated. And here, the human rights institutions, equality bodies, and CSOs can play an important role to inform the rights of the victims, but also request testing of AI systems, which requires obviously having also access to documentation of the AI systems. And then finally, and thirdly, the Council of Europe's Committee of Experts on Artificial Intelligence, Equality and Discrimination is currently drafting a soft law instrument for states on AI, equality and non-discrimination. And this will provide also valuable additional guidance on the topic in the future. With these remarks, I want to thank you very much for the discussion our Deputy Secretary General Björn Berge and David Reichel, as well as the audience for the insights and participation. If you have questions or would like to discuss with us further, please feel free to connect with us after this talk. And I would like to also show we have some QR codes and links for the audience, assumingly, yes, on the screen. So if you're interested in our work, so Council of Europe and FRA publications and work, you can take the QR codes on the screen. Thank you very much, and have a lovely rest of the day here at the IGF.
Thank you.
For your information, a session will start on the open stage in 5 minutes.
contribute also? Just taking something off first. Sure.
Good afternoon, bonsoir, bon après-midi. We are going to start our session. It is, we have only 30 minutes. And the objective is to discuss how we engage the WSIS process in Africa. As you know, we started in 2005 WSIS, and now we have over almost 20 years since we adopted WSIS. We have 11 action lines, and now we discuss the progress made by African country during these 20 years, how we are going to think about the future of WSIS given the adoption of the Global Digital Compact. Today, let me start by tell you a little bit how the process has been done in the African continent. How is work this one? I don't know exactly. To do with this, it is a policy. And the objective is to make this policy inclusive. All stakeholders should be part on this process. Means we talk about policy and strategy, how we develop our policy and strategy at the national level and at the continental level. Also, we should talk about this infrastructure and connectivity, how we can involve all in the development of the infrastructure and connectivity. It's not only government to do this infrastructure. We need the involvement of the private sector. Why today we are at 38% connectivity at the continental level, but we have some progress since 2005, because 2005 it was at 2.6%. Other issue, it is a cybersecurity interest. We need to involve all in cybersecurity. As you know, today, cybersecurity costs to 10% of the Africa GDP. It is a big challenge for the continent. Why this multi-stakeholder also is very important on cybersecurity. When we talk about innovation, in the continent, we have 40% of our population will be youth in 2050. We need to promote innovation for our youth to be leader or actor in this fourth industrial revolution around 2050. Other issue we need to do, it is we have several frameworks across the continent. You have this Africa digital transformation. We have a WSIS process. We have the Global Digital Compact. We have also the cybersecurity model law and AI strategy. We need to have to monitor all this initiative across the continent to know where we are, what are the gaps, what we have to correct, what we have to do. Next. Why on the WSIS process, we have some core thematic. Have you seen in the screen, you have this digital inclusion, how the bridge is digital divide, the infrastructure connectivity, innovation, entrepreneurship, multi-stakeholder governance. You have this African Internet Governance Forum. You have also at the regional level this governance forum, and at the continental level this global internet governance forum where we are today. Next. How we organize this consultation. Since we adopted this WSIS in 2005, there is also a resolution adopted by the UN General Assembly, given mandate for UN Regional Commission to organize the review at the regional level. Why UNECA, United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, organize every year WSIS implementation progress made by African country. And this year we organized the 20 years review in Benin. And it was an evaluation of the 20 years WSIS implementation across the 11 action line in the continent. Also, it is a regional consultation. We have also some national consultation, and we involve government, parliamentarian, academia, private sector, and civil society. And the key outcome of this 20 years discussion, it was the adoption of common position for Africa on WSIS plus 20. And why today I have pleasure to have several key actor across government, private sector, member of academia, parliamentarian, civil society, to talk about, to give their talk on how the wishes is progressive and how it process across their country, also across in the continent. I give 2 minutes to each of you, just to give us your input. I'm going to start by, let me start by the Permanent Secretary of Tanzania. You can come here, I think it's better. Jimson, I will start by you, and the end is better. 2 minutes.
I'm just wondering whether I still have the 2 minutes. I thought walking up to here, those 2 minutes are already done. Thank you so much, presenter. Just wanted to quick talk very little because of the limited time. As you know, you visited Tanzania, and for us, what we did so far is we came up 2 years back. We came up with 10 years national digital strategic framework, and on this, the vision of having this framework is to establish highly advanced digitally empowered economy in the country, and it also focuses on, end of the day, is to have the personal government to achieve the digital society. And in that framework, usually we have 6 pillars, which we keep on working on them. For example, we have a pillar which focuses on enabling digital infrastructure. We also have a pillar which does on governance and the enabling environment, digital literacy and the digital skills. And the last pillar deals with digital financial services. Maybe let me chip on to align with WSIS 20 outcomes framework. How does the digital framework of the 10 years we have for Tanzania, how does it align with the WSIS 20 framework? For example, if you look at pillar number one, it focuses on basic facilitative infrastructure. For example, we have the roads, the railways, and the other infrastructure, the basic facilitative infrastructure. And then on the same pillar, we talked about 2 things that had digital infrastructure. For example, the national backbone, we have the submarine cables and the broadband connectivity. Also on the same pillar, we also talk about the software infrastructure, for example, the digital platform, the software, the application that we've been using. So if you look at the WSIS Action Line C2, on WSIS Action Line C2, which talks about information and the communication infrastructure as an essential foundation for an inclusive society. And if you go further, if you look at the AU Digital Transformation Strategy of the 2020-2030, it has, if you look at the component B of it, which also talks about the digital infrastructure itself. And if you look at the Global Digital Compact Objective number 1, that says closes all digital divides and accelerated progress across sustainable development, and it also aligns with the SDGs. Look at the SDGs number 1, number 8, number 9, and SDG number 11. All those, if you look at our framework, it aligns both on those areas. So let me say, what did we do for Tanzania? What did we address? For example, we already have existence of national ICT broadband, which currently we already constructed almost 13,820 kilometers, covering almost 78% of the country. That coverage is also there. We also went further to connect most of our neighboring countries like Rwanda, Kenya. We also did that. And then if you look at on the broadband, we have a very good coverage here on our country. For example, we have 92% of 3G. And we also have 91% coverage on 4G, and now we are pushing on the 5G, almost we are in with 25% of it. And the focus on this coverage, is to achieve 100% on 4G, 5G by 2030.
Thank you very much. Well done, Tanzania. Thank you
so much. Thank you.
It is a very good example. Let me call upon Honorable Ajara for Benin. Benin also this Africa Wishes Plus 20. To come up to give some highlight from Benin and also on the declaration adopted in April, in May. Honorable, you have the floor for 2 minutes.
Okay, what to say? Only 2 minutes. Let me start. Thank you for this important question. Ensuring accountability across government, civil society, the private sector, and other stakeholders is a cornerstone of the Cotonou Declaration. Several mechanisms are proposed to make this a reality. We can no more state all the mechanisms, just some of them. An African Digital Performance Index. This annual index will measure progress in key areas such as broadband connectivity, digital skills, AI adoption, cybersecurity, and inclusion. It will provide a transparent benchmark for government and stakeholders, a high level, and at the second place mechanism, we will go to the standardized data collection. I'm very sorry, but strengthening national and regional data system will ensure evidence-based policy making. Leveraging platforms like the ITU's WISIS 20 review tools will help harmonize reporting and monitoring across countries. The declaration calls for explicit allocation of responsibility among actors, not only to implement digital strategies, but also to report, evaluate, and improve them.
Thank you very much, Honorable. I think you have you can see some highlight on this declaration. Thank you very much also for hosting this WISIS Plus 20 Africa. I call upon my friend Jimson to get the view from private sector. I give him 1 minute.
I have to shorten my trip here so that I can make it right on time. My name is Jimson Odufuye. Good afternoon, everybody. I really want to first start by commending UNECA. They are fulfilling their mandate, actually. They've never failed to do WISIS review, and they always brought us in, private sector, the civil society, academic and technical community, even the youth. So at the top level, WISIS review, excellent. But the challenge is at the national level. So we need to have WISIS review at the national level. I think 2 weeks ago, South Africa had a WISIS review, which is commendable. And we want to encourage other countries in Africa to have their reviews. An important part of WISIS review is so that we can fulfill the Sustainable Development Goal. We can achieve it by 2030. But if we cannot measure this progress, how can we know when we will attain it? So that is why we need to have the review so that we can measure the progress and also bring in the Sustainable Development Goal offices in our countries. Because you cannot be saying you want to target SDG and you don't have the SDG office with you. They must be with you. They must be inclusive. Everybody must be part of it. And Net Mundia plus 10 principle must be adopted. If you don't know it, please Google it and let it be part of our working framework. Going forward, let's do review regularly and annually. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Dr. Makta. Thank you.
Well done. Let me call upon Palesa to get a view from South Africa. 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. I think for me, I'm not going to talk about what we've done in South Africa, but I'm going to focus on post the consultation, because we consult and consult and consult. But then what happens? And then we go back to the people to consult. So my take is that once we've consulted, those priority areas, we need to implement them in collaboration. You know, because for me, what that would do is that it will ensure inclusivity, accountability, and transparency. And also to give, to establish frameworks, you know, these multi-stakeholder frameworks, and give them legitimacy. You know, where they have guidelines to say who gets to be engaged when and how. you know, and the processes. And I think also feedback is important. And my take is that once you have these structures, these multi-stakeholder structures, then from beginning to end, you are engaging people, you work in collaboration. It's not just one silo, and then after 10 years, we go back and say, hey, you know, this is what we've done, and this is what we've done. And also, I think, you know, this engagement needs to go at the local level, because it's not about us who come here. The reason why we are here is about the people we've left behind. And yet, their voices are not heard. How do we begin, you know, especially governments, how do they begin to foster that, to ensure that, you know, communication is at you know, local level? And also, the other thing is to say that how do we feed back? You know, because not everybody is going to be part of the structure that I'm talking about. These structures, the multi-stakeholder engagement structures that I think are important, and I suppose going forward in the WSIS review, it's something that we would have to look at. How do we feedback? How do people feedback who are not part of the structures? We need to have those online platforms to say that everybody has a voice, and you can go to this platform and make your voice heard. You know, so is my time up?
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you. Let me get a view from academia. Is Dr. Christian, is it here?
No. Oh, you are the one. Okay, take it.
Christian is not here.
I'm here.
Baratang. Yeah. I'm happy if something
Thank you. Yes.
2 minutes.
I'm Christian from the DR Congo. And on the academic stage, strategic contribution is the evidence-based policy formulation. African universities can establish digitally policy research hub to translate WCIC principle into actionable frameworks aligned with the Global Digital Compact. This includes conducting localized studies on connectivity gaps and evaluating emerging technology like AI through ethical and development lens. For example, the Cotonou Declaration specifically calls for the contextually ground innovation trajectory. On the other hand, the capacity building and the future-ready skills. Academia should lead in developing modular digital literacy, curricula targeting persistent skill gaps. As you know, in Africa, 45% of Africans lack basic digital skills, according to ECA. Another one is innovation translation and living labs. So university can serve as innovation intermediary by establish test-bed environmental for community-focused solution. Example, including incubating social solidarity economy models. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well done. Let me get view from gender perspective. Baratang, please. Thank you. You did well.
Thank you, Makta. You're going to give me 2 minutes. I want 3. We know women are always silenced, so I need 3.
You have 1 minute now.
Okay, I'm just going to push what the African Women in Digital Policy Network have been pushing for, which is a gender-responsive revision of WSIS Action Line number 7. And for them, what they're saying, which is like I think what most women, we are agreeing with that, is that there should be gender audits for tech policies to make sure that, like Sis Palisa said, there is that follow-up. You can't come up with a policy and not follow up of whether these gender achievements are being made. And there was this broad policy frameworks that were discussed, and they weren't specific into how gender is going to be balanced and achieved. The second part of it is that they are talking about quotas for women-led SMMEs. The most growing thing in the tech space is entrepreneurship and business. And at the moment, we only have 2% of funding going to women. That is not acceptable. And that can be addressed at policy level as a framework. And what they're saying is that the quotas for women-led tech entrepreneurs, we should allocate 30% of national AI and DPI funding to women entrepreneurs. I know that's a big statement, but in South Africa, it is achieved. guys, South Africa is getting in trouble for saying 30% of the business you're doing should be allocated to black people. And it's because we are addressing the past of our country. So at global level, if we were to address gender issues, we need to address issues by specific quotas and saying, you know, I used to be afraid when people say to me, you are put there because you're a black person. You know what I do nowadays? If somebody says, you are there because Magda likes you or you are black, I like it. Because he used some form of a measurement, he audited, and he put a person that's relevant for that position. So I think we should start being proud of saying, and being accurate as women, saying we need that 30%, we need audits, we need to hold our governments accountable, and that should come through the framework of WSIS.
Thank you very much. Gender issue is very important for inclusion for this WSIS process and also this ICT policy development. Now we talk about WSIS. We have several frameworks across the world. The last one, it is a Global Digital Compact. Now the discussion is how to align the Global Digital Compact and WSIS. I'm going to give the floor to my colleague from UN Emerging Technology Office, Filippo, for 2 minutes. Yeah, come. 1 minute, 2 minutes.
I'll start the timer. Merci beaucoup, Makhtar. I've been asked to bring the international perspective, so I'm gonna do what Italians do best. Move my hands a lot and talk in very abstract terms. We need to move both in WSIS and the Global Digital Compact from correlation to causation. That is, we need to implement what has not been implemented in the WSIS framework, and I'm thinking about connectivity. Because connectivity, yes, we did a huge leap forward in terms of how many people are connected, but we need to work not only on the supply side, but on the demand side. In a lot of parts of the world, including Africa, people are not connected, not because the territories are not covered by 3G or by other connectivity or by cable, but because it costs too much and people don't have the demand side to access connectivity. So this is my first of 3 points. First, implement the WSIS agenda on digital skills, on connectivity. Point number 2, we have the Global Digital Compact. The Global Digital Compact covers a lot of areas that are super relevant for the African continent, for the entire world. Artificial intelligence, data governance and how to redistribute the value of data where it's created, digital public infrastructure, digital public goods. We have that framework, let's implement it. We don't have to renegotiate what's already been agreed under the leadership of Zambia and of Sweden. Last point, IGF, NRIs, National Regional Initiatives have been mentioned, and I was delighted to be virtually in Cotonou at the last meeting. Use that to implement some of the objectives of the Global Digital Compact and of WSIS, and rely on the stakeholders in your own countries. That's it.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Filippo. Now let's open the floor. 1 minute for the audience. If you want the floor, quickly, 1 minute. You want the...
I'll just pick up on what Jimson was saying. We really need to have on the level of the countries a review of the WSIS Plus 20 and then share challenges, share best practices. It is very important for us to learn from each other. We should not recreate the wheel, and we should not just learn from the north. We need to learn from the south, the good experience, and to implement it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Another one. Adil, you don't want to say something?
Okay, so thank you very much, my friend Makta. Basically, this is Adil from the African Union Commission. Yeah, I want to talk about some continental initiatives.
No, you have 1 minute.
Towards the implementation of WSIS. There is the African Digital Compact, which was approved recently. Out of it, this year we are going to develop some projects with our international partner to implement. AI strategy, also, we developed an AI strategy. PRIDA, Policy and Regulation Initiative for Digital Africa, it has IG component. We will continue helping countries in terms of IG training and also creating IG processes in the countries. And I think finally I want to speak about the process, how we're going to end the WSIS process. We are going to formalize the process through our ministerial committee meeting. so that it has more acceptance, more approval. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Adil. Mary.
And thank you very much for calling me, although I came in late. But the truth is that we just have to convince our multi-stakeholders within our continent that it is important that the mandate of the IGF is renewed. So it is left for you, when you get back to your country, to do, if you want to do a prep, do a prep. It might not be, physical. You can do online prep. That's what we are thinking about in Nigeria, for instance. Can we do an online prep in such a way that we get our ministers that will negotiate, our ambassadors that will negotiate this process to understand that it is key that the mandate of the IGF be renewed, even permanently. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Elijah Mo, as chair of the MAG, 1 minute, please.
Thank you very much, Martha and Dr. Sek, and thank you very much, everybody, for coming today to listening to the WSIS process that we have in Africa. And I think the collaboration we've seen that is being done, and I think you've heard what Tanzania has done. You've heard what other countries like Nigeria, etc. So I think the more we share what we do, the better for all of us. Because they see the collaboration that we need to do as an African continent, because we know there are basics that actually is an issue, and that is connectivity and infrastructure. So the moment we share more and more, I think that's going to help us a lot to ensure that we understand some of the issues that are experienced by Tanzania or by Rwanda or the Gambia. Then we can build on that. So thank you very much for coming and for sharing what you have done.
Thank you, thank you. Come, quickly. Where is Toko? Is around? Toko.
Hello, Max Nsmero from Tanzania. While I appreciate what our governments in Africa are doing, there's a lot that is being done by big tech, targeting our continent, especially Africa, be it whomever you may mention. Let's think local. Let's strategically collaborate. Let's not have fears about AI. Let's work together. Let's innovate together, support local innovations, and make sure that you work with them and you do not discourage them from doing innovations.
Wisdom. Thank you. The last one, eh?
Thank you very much. My name is Wisdom Donko, and the Executive Director for Ghana Domain Name Registry. So all that I will say is that we shouldn't forget the fact that everything we talk about cybersecurity passes through the DNS. So let's make sure we make the DNS very resilient in Africa and also introduce more exchange points.
Thank you very much. I want to have a perspective from you. Come quickly. Go. No, he has to finish. We have 1 minute. 1 minute.
Thank you very much. My name is Luvo Gray from the South African Internet Governance Forum and the chairperson of the Youth Internet Governance Forum. So, colleagues, we, as a continent, we need about $100 billion in order for us to close the digital divide in the continent. So, as we review the WSIS 20, let us think of ways of how do we collaborate as a bloc in order for us to be able to connect the next 1 billion by 2030. How does South Africa, how does Tanzania, how does Gambia, how does Zimbabwe, how do we sit in one room and figure out how do we raise this $100 billion? And I think the discussion starts here. Let's make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have to raise $100 million for the infrastructure gap. It's very important. But you should know also this digital economy can create 230 million jobs by 2030. And it is possible for Africa to get it. If you work together, if we develop urbanized policy, if we build the capacity, digital skills for the youth generation, if we make sure we protect our digital era. Also, this collaboration is key. We have to work all together. Government, private sector, civil society, academia, and also we need to involve all parts of the continent. people with disability, youth, women, and all should be inclusive in this digital technology if we want Africa to be leader in the fourth industrial revolution. Because why we can be leader? Because we have our youth generation. This digital dividend is very important for Africa. At the beginning, I say by 2050, 42% of the world population should be, 42% of the youth population should be Africa. And we have this opportunity, we have to take it, and we have the knowledge, we have very smart youth generation, and we can take opportunity of that. Thank you very much for that. Let's have a family picture. Where is the photograph? Tomorrow we have a session also. We'll invite you.
For your information, a session will start on the open stage in 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's my great honor to moderate this session to discuss the enhanced digital trust from rigidity to elasticity. And this session is organized by the China Cybersecurity Association, China Internet Development Foundation, China Daily, and King & Wood Madison's, the law firm. Now, our first speaker is Madame Du Aning, who is the Deputy Director General for China Cybersecurity Association.
Dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. On behalf of the Cybersecurity Association of China, it gives me great honor to attend the IGF and have an exchange with you all on the important topic, enhancing digital trust from rigidity to elasticity. In today's world, digital technologies are reshaping economic and social life in an unexpected speed and scale. However, alongside the opportunities come growing challenges to digital trust. Traditional approaches to build trust tend to rely on the rigid rule setting, strict network isolation, and one-way regulatory measures. Such mechanisms have proven necessary and effective at certain stages of development and in specific contexts. However, as global connectivities continues to deepen, the digital environment is becoming increasingly complex. Emerging techniques and rapidly evolving and becoming deeply integrated. Difference in digital governance, philosophies, legal frameworks, and technology capabilities among countries and regions are becoming evident. Rigid digital trust architectures are revealing limitations explicitly. As a result, the shift toward a resilient digital trust framework has become an inevitable direction and a pressing challenge for global digital governance. A resilient digital trust system emphasizes flexibility, adaptability, and collaboration, such as responding swiftly to changes brought about by new technologies and applications. The trust framework should align with the distinct characteristics of each country or region's digital ecosystem. Given the different stage of digital economic development, cultural backgrounds, and legal foundations around the world, a resilient system should meet these diverse needs through different trust streets and governance mechanisms. Collaborations underscores the importance of cooperation among all stakeholders in building digital trust on a global scale. China has undertaken extensive efforts and explorations in advancing the development of a resilient digital trust framework. It has been continually improving its policy and regulatory system for digital governance, while also placing emphasis on maintaining policy flexibilities in the area of data security. The data security law and the personal information protection law provide the foundation legal framework for data governance. On the technological innovation front, China has been actively promoting the research and development of key digital trust technologies, such as applications of blockchain in supply chain finance. In terms of international cooperation, China has taken an active role in global rulemaking for digital governance principles, the global initiative on data security upholds the principles of openness, equality, and mutual benefit, joint build a peaceful, secure, open, and cooperative cyberspace. This initiative provides an important cooperative framework for the global development of a resilient digital trust system. As a national industry-based and non-profit social organization formed vocabulary by institutions, enterprises, and individuals engaged in cybersecurity-related industry, education, research, and application in China. The Cybersecurity Association of China maintains broad connection with all sectors involved by cyberspace security. We remain committed to promoting technological application, improving industry self-regulation, and facilitating exchange and cooperation in order to create a more trustworthy digital world. Let us work together to build a safer, more trusted, and more prosperous global cyberspace with resilient digital trust as our shared foundation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madame Duany. Our next speaker is Mr. Arne Byberg from the Oslo law firm, Weiborg Hein. Arne.
Is this on? Yeah, it is. Thanks for having me. Yeah, so I'm Arne Byberg from for Weiborg Hein Tech Practice. We basically serve multinational customers, and I think what I'd like to share and augment to the Chinese perspective here is that businesses are increasingly looking for predictability. The technology is moving really, really fast, faster than the regulation. We see in the US, for instance, they have still no federal AI regulation. They had one. It was starting to come along, but it was revoked by the current president. Hence, we are basically stuck with then sectorial regulation and state regulation, which makes it hard to navigate. In Europe, it's a little bit easier to navigate because at least there is some cohesive regulation when it comes to AI Act and the Council of Europe Convention, etc. So that is helpful, but what we see is that there is still a lot of dependency on humans in the chain. So sort of having AI actually perform at a level where you can derive direct value is going to be challenging going forward. So I think in terms of international businesses, the multinational businesses, we see them struggle. They are certainly looking for some predictability, whether that can be achieved through governance in the internet space and organizations and events like this, or collaborations on the AI front. I don't know, but we hope and would welcome developments in that space, because currently we see businesses starting to build up double and triple AI initiatives simply to cope with the various regulations of the different regions. And as everyone understands, that is costly and a lot of time wasted actually. So with short end to that, that's my input. Thank you. Cheers.
Thank you, Mr. Byberg. Our next speaker will be Mr. Cui Jie, who is the Deputy Secretary General from China Internet Development Foundation. Now, Mr. Cui. Yeah.
I speak in Chinese. 大家好，非常荣幸能够在联合国互联网治理论坛上与各位交流探讨。我谨代表中国互联网发展基金会，向联合国互联网治理论坛表示衷心的感谢。 向各位来宾表示诚挚的问候。当前，随着数字化、网络化、智能化持续演进和深入发展，公益事业与互联网深度融合。互联网公益是具有广泛群众性的道德实践，是弘扬全人类共同价值的有效载体，是共建网络空间命运共同体的具体举措。互联网公益是公益事业各参与主体以互联网为基础，借助互联网技术手段 开展公益活动的新形式。中国互联网发展基金会作为互联网公益领域头部社会组织，成立于2015年6月，是5A 级全国性公募基金会。我们始终坚持深入学习贯彻习近平新时代中国特色社会主义思想， 特别是习近平文化思想、习近平总书记关于网络强国的重要思想，聚焦网络内容建设、网络安全、信息化与全球互联网领域治理等领域，设立专项基金，资助中国互联网事业健康发展，促进网络正能量传播，助推国家网络安全和信息化发展，推动互联网领域国际及港澳台地区交流与合作，开展其他社会慈善公益活动，为网络强国建设做出了积极贡献。借此机会，我与大家分享几项重点工作。在提升全民数字素养方面，我们立足弥合数字鸿沟、赋能全民发展理念，资助实施银发数字素养公益传播计划，以线上线下相结合的方式，向老年人传播智能手机使用技巧、网络安全知识、在线操作等实用技能，宣传防诈反诈内容，帮助老年人跨越数字鸿沟。今年，我们还将实施青少年网络防沉迷计划行动，帮助青少年树立正确的上网观念，培养良好的用网习惯。在服务网络安全方面，资助实施网络安全学院学生创新资助计划，促进高校培养网络安全领域创新型、实用型人才，助力技术创新、产业发展，提升学生解决实际问题的能力。此外，资助全国网络安全标准周活动，促进网络安全标准广泛协商一致，提升标准质量水平，推动标准实施应用，推进网络安全标准化工作高质量发展。资助开展开源安全奖励计划，鼓励一流网络安全学院师生参与自主开源生态建设，培养创新型网络安全人才。在推动数字乡村建设方面，我们投入专项基金，资助开展数字乡村聚力行动，在辽宁陵园、陕西扶贫等实地建设示范村。以陕西省扶贫县为例，该县依托优良生态旅游资源和区域优势，聚焦陈家坝村冷水鱼养殖基地、龙草坪村冷水鱼和蜜蜂养殖基地、银场沟村电商孵化基地等产业，建立智慧农业产销一体化综合提升项目，打造产业发展样板，带动全县产业快速转型升级。各位嘉宾，以上是我与大家分享的几点重点工作。借此机会，我还要向大家介绍中国互联网发展基金会打造的一个品牌项目——互联中国公益行动。该项目旨在团结凝聚互联网产业相关力量，促进互联网公益事业发展与网络正能量传播，并用公益项目所聚集的资源优势，赋能产业发展，服务网信事业大局，助推国家网络安全和信息化发展。去年，我们以人工智能赋能公益事业为主题，成功举办了首届互联中国公益行动，通过技术赋能、生态构建和区域实践，形成了人工智能加公益的创新形式，既展示了人工智能技术的惠民潜力，也为互联网公益事业的数字化转型提供了有益经验。2025年，也就是今年，互联中国公益行动，我们将进一步聚焦一老一小两个群体，实施可持续的数字素养与技能提升，总结提炼有益经验做法，帮助老年人更好地使用互联网，帮助青少年培养良好的用网习惯，让他们更好地享受数字化发展成果。在此，我们呼吁大家关注并参加2025互联中国公益行动，希望大家从不同的切入点与互联网公益事业深度融合，共同书写数字时代的公益新篇章。我的发言到此结束，谢谢大家。
Thank you, Mr. Cui. When I was waiting downstairs, one of the audience come over say, like, can I give a summary of what Mr. Cui present? Now here it comes. Hope you could understand. Let me put it this way. As we all know, the data has become the lifeblood of our global economic and society. However, the rapid proliferation of data has also brought unprecedented challenges, including privacy violation, including the misuse of personal information and data breach. it is imperative that we establish a robust global data compliance system to address these challenges and ensure that data serves humanity in a responsible and ethical way. First and foremost, the foundation of a global data compliance system must be built upon a set of universally recognized principles. These principles shall include data privacy, data security, transparency, accountability, and the protection of human rights. Every country, regardless of its size and level of development, must adhere to these principles to create a level playing field for all stakeholders in the digital ecosystem. To achieve this, international cooperation is essential. Data does not recognize national borders. It flows freely across the globe, connecting people and systems in ways we could never have imagined. Therefore, we must work together to harmonize our data protection laws and regulations. This does not mean that we should eliminate all the differences, but rather we should strive for compatibility and interoperability. By doing this, we can create a seamless and secured environment for data economy. Moreover, we need to foster a culture of data responsibility. This involves educating individuals, businesses, and governments about the importance of data compliance. It means promoting best practices in data management and encouraging the development of ethical guidelines for data use. We must also empower citizens to take control of their own data, ensuring that they have the right to access, correct, and delete their own personal information. In addition, the role of technology cannot be overstated. As we develop new technologies, we must also develop the means to secure and protect the data. This includes investing in advanced cybersecurity measures, promoting the use of privacy computing, and encouraging the development of privacy-enhancing technologies. We must also stay ahead of emerging threats, such as artificial intelligence and machine learning, which can both enhance or undermine the data security and the privacy. Ladies and gentlemen, the global data compliance system is not just a regulatory framework. It is a collective commitment to safeguard the digital future of our planet. It's a commitment to ensure that data is used for the greater good, that it respects the rights and the freedom of individuals, and that it fosters innovation and economic growth in a sustainable and a responsible manner. As we move forward, let's remember that we are all stakeholders in this digital revolution. Governments, businesses, civil society, and individuals we all have a role to play. Together, we shall build a global data compliance system that is resilient, inclusive, and forward-looking. Together, we can create a digital world that is both secure and open, where data flows freely but responsibly. Thank you so much. Thank you.
TFGBV impacts her is very, very different, say, than were she a grassroots indigenous advocate, for example. And linked to that then, how do we work towards developing guardrails and protections to prevent misuse of laws which are designed to protect survivors? And I think this is something that's coming up in various ways, including in the United States, not in relation to TFGBV specifically, but certainly in relation to e-safety and free speech online. So I'll pause for there, but those are the kinds of issues that particularly interest me in this space. But I would love to hand over to my colleagues to introduce their work as well. Thank you.
All right. Hi, everyone, and thank you so much for joining us at this session. So just briefly, I want to talk about 4 areas of research that we are doing on TFGBV. And the first one I'll start with is something we started in 2019. And the first study we did was a study looking at 5 countries across Africa. And this included Kenya, South Africa, several other countries, Senegal. And we wanted to understand what was African women's experiences online. So we spoke to about 3,000 women from across these countries to understand their experiences. And what we found out was that about 1 in 3 women had experienced some form of online gender-based violence. And what was interesting about this was that the response to this violence and the response to knowing that this violence happens was that women were deleting their online identities. So rather than using reporting mechanisms or other pathways, they would simply just delete their account. They didn't want to deal with the harassment. They didn't want to further it. And it's a very big thing to delete your online identity, given how much of our lives is moving onto online spaces. So I found that extremely troubling that a lot of government services are moving online, for example, and if you don't have an online profile, you don't have that history because you faced online violence, then that really is a troubling thing. And yeah, we also found out that a lot of women didn't understand or know about reporting mechanisms, that this is something that is available to them. They weren't aware of any legal frameworks, and oftentimes when we would talk about legal frameworks, it's more known in a capacity that harms women rather than protects women, just as Tom mentioned that oftentimes the laws are weaponized against women. So that was the first study we did across 5 countries in a report called Alternate Realities, Alternate Internets, which I would be very happy to talk more with you about. The second study we did was in 2021, and it was a social media analysis of politicians who participated in the 2021 elections in Uganda. And Uganda is actually going into elections again in 2026. That's Jan next year. And we're planning to do another analysis so that we can actually compare and look at how things have changed in the past 5 years. And what we found out is that women face a lot of sexist and sexualized comments online. But I think what was even more interesting, so this particular election, the president of Uganda called it a scientific election because it happened during COVID, and they were trying to reduce the number of rallies that were happening in public. So they said, let's move more of the campaigning to an online space. But unfortunately, a lot of the women leaders don't really have digital skills. That's one, but there's also the fear of what kind of online violence they might face that they don't want to deal with. So we actually found out it was actually really quite difficult to find the accounts of women politicians to actually monitor, because a lot of them chose to actually stay away from it instead of embracing, because women actually tend to really benefit from social media campaigning because it's much more affordable. Like, they can't often afford the rallies or the radio shows or the TV ads, but social media is so much more affordable. So it was a bit heartbreaking to see that they weren't using it to its full capacity. The next study we had is looking at the impact of AI on women in Africa, and we did this as part of a 3-study series looking at what's happening and what we think will continue to happen. And what we really found is that there's an underrepresentation of African women in the data sets itself. So this leads to the kind of data bias. We found there's a lot of algorithmic discrimination against marginalized women. There's also issues of digital surveillance and censorship that AI makes very possible. There's labor exploitation, and it also threatens low-skilled jobs. So just looking more holistically of what is AI doing to harm women in other ways beyond social media, for example. And then the last one I want to touch upon is our recent research on perpetrators. So a lot of research on TFGBV is really focused on women. Women as the victims, women should report, women should go to the police. It's often that narrative that we see in this kind of research. And we've said, okay, let's just flip the script and see, why do people why do they engage in this kind of behavior? Who are the perpetrators of this kind of violence? And quite interestingly, we found out that quite a big proportion tend to be minors. So it's oftentimes children on the internet behaving badly. And they learn this bad behavior in their peer spaces. So this kind of bad behavior is actually encouraged by their peers in these kind of spaces. So, so the question becomes then, how do we actually reach and teach younger people about how do you behave in online spaces? Because I think as humans, we're taught so much how to behave in public. Our parents are constantly telling us what to do, what not to do. Society corrects you all the time. But that's not the case once you build an account online. There are no rules. You can do whatever you want. You can insult anyone in whatever country. There are no repercussions, right? So it's really trying to figure out where does this ideological radicalization happen to young people, and why are we focusing so much on victim blaming and platform inaction when there could be other pathways to reach minors, to talk about empathy in online spaces? So a lot more work to be done in this sort of space. And just building into that, I think the time is really right for us to start studying the role of masculinity's ideology. I think as a feminist researcher, we talk so much about feminist research, but I don't think we dive deeply enough into the masculinities and what's going on there, and what is the connection to TFGBV. What are the perpetrator pathways? What does reformation look like? Why do people reform? What does that cause? And more importantly, I think we need to start looking at other platforms. I think we have focused for a long time on Twitter, Facebook, but if you look at the number of children that are playing Roblox, that are on Fortnite, and I feel like we've barely touched the iceberg of what goes on there. So there's a lot more research to be done, and I really hope we'll have space to have that conversation. But I'll pass it on to Aisha.
Thank you, Nima. And thank you, Tom. And I think actually just listening to both Tom and Nima, it's more clear than ever why we're actually doing this together. And it's a perfect segue from you, Nima, from what you were saying about research, because I'm Aisha from the SVRI, that's the Sexual Violence Research Initiative. I'm the Global Advocacy Director there, and I lead our TFGBV work. And SVRI is a global research network that builds evidence on violence against women and violence against children in low and middle income countries. And we do that to find out really what works and what doesn't work, and to try and gather that information to really strengthen the field of violence programming and practitioners and policy making and all of that. And at the same time, really strengthen researchers in low and middle income countries where there often aren't the resources that there need to be. Within this, of course, there is a huge amount of work being done on TFGBV right now, and we do have quite a large evidence base, but there are still some really major gaps. In fact, as Nima has already mentioned, one of the key gaps is around perpetration. What we decided to do was, with some partners, the Association for Progressive Communications, UN Women, and the Global Partnership to End Online Harassment and Abuse, which is a coalition of multiple countries working on this, we decided to actually run a consultative process to create a research agenda for the field. And the point of that research agenda was to say, okay, we know there's a lot of evidence out there, but where are the real gaps? And once we have conducted this process and identified these gaps, then we can work with researchers, with practitioners, with funders to persuade them to put resources where the real gaps are and where the field as a whole is saying those gaps are. So we had feedback from hundreds and hundreds of people from around the world. I won't go into the process, it's way too long, but please do feel free to come and ask me if you're interested in this. Because we really do believe in research priority setting as a sort of key thing for the field. And one of the areas we found that we really do not know much about is prevention. What works to prevent TFGBV, right? That includes tech company accountability, and as Tom mentioned, this whole area around safety by design and how to actually persuade tech companies to engage in that. But it also includes all the work Nima's just talked about around perpetration. How do you stop people from perpetrating? And how do you deal with some of these really, really impactful studies that are showing that it is young people, and lots of research that's coming out of various places now that's showing that the huge emphasis on detection and incarceration, in fact, is hindering approaches to actually preventing this kind of behavior online. We also found a big gap was on specific populations, and those are the populations that are most impacted by TFGBV. So that includes, marginalized groups of women, such as women with disabilities, LGBTIQ+, populations, refugee and migrant women. So there's an enormous invisibilization of these people in the research, even though we know that the impacts are the highest on them. Where there is data, it's not disaggregated. Then there's a whole area around survivor needs, and we're going to try and talk about that a little bit more today, but it was around, like, what do survivors actually want in terms of services, and are all these policies and regulations and legal frameworks and stuff actually meeting that in any way? So the research agenda is a big part of our work on TFGBV. The other part is that we support a number of research grants all over the world, but in low and middle income countries, trying to drill down specifically into the areas of gaps that I've mentioned. And, you know, it might be work in Colombia on an app, working with the police to identify online grooming. It might be in South Africa on TFGBV and how it's impacting specific communities of women with disabilities, young people in Nepal, gender disinformation in India. So a whole range of different research grants that we are funding. And actually a whole bunch of other stuff, but the one I want to mention, and I think is highly relevant in this context of bringing safety communities together, is our community of practice. So we run a TFGBV community of practice. There are more than 300 members of it now. It really is a safe space to convene, to have really challenging conversations, to share resources, to share work. And right now we're working on a partnership with UN Women where we are actually engaging in a whole series of policy dialogues so that some of the key messages, again, coming from the field can be fed into the larger global frameworks, and so that we can start saying, okay, what's missing? What's the field saying is missing? And, you know, how do we use the strength of some of the multilateral organizations, such as the UN, to actually get those messages across? So, I mean, I'm going to stop there, other than just to say, in terms of Internet Governance Forum, it's a very, very different space for SVRI. But I think one of the key things that we really wanted to do was to start breaking some of the silos between digital rights and GBV researchers and practitioners. And we know that this is, you know, a huge, huge issue that needs multi-sectoral responses, but often we are not talking in the same rooms to each other. So that's sort of a key goal for me here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you both.
Cool.
And thank you all for listening to us. And now it's your turn to also get involved. So there's no escape now. You're not allowed to get up and walk away. We have a few questions for discussion, but actually before moving to those, we'd love to hear any reflections, thoughts, or any experiences of work that you've been doing on TFGBV. If you'd like to share with us, that would be great. We had hoped this would be a less formal networking session. This is the stage we were given. We didn't expect to be standing on stage. Perhaps
we can go down.
Should we sit on the edge of the stage maybe, and that's a nice kind of balance?
Yeah. Let's
go around.
I'm gonna just jump down. Oh. Not working. Oh, you have to lean.
But
oh wow, that's
no,
really.
No one has a mic.
No, for the live stream.
Is it okay?
Yep.
All right, cool. Amazing.
So would anyone like to jump in with any questions or experience sharing? And we can always move on to the conversation questions as well. Oh, one second. Thank you. How do I change slides?
Good afternoon. My name is Onu from Bangladesh. I'm looking after Bangladesh Internet Governance Forum. I'm a Secretary General. Thank you very much. Your session and conversation is very well. But I have one observation regarding Aisha. You mentioned is the research funding you provide the community. You include mention is the India. You have any planned research regarding this agenda in Bangladesh?
So I don't think we currently have a research grant in Bangladesh, but every year we do another set of research grants. But I don't think we have one in Bangladesh right now, no. And not on TFGBV for sure. But we have funded research grants in Bangladesh on violence against women, yes.
Okay. Your organization already involved any organization in Bangladesh?
In the past, definitely. We've had partners there, yes. But I mean, we are not currently working with Bangladesh on this issue, but we would love to be. So let's chat.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. This is a bit of a comment on our work and some questions that would be interesting to hear more about. So myself and my two colleagues, we're from the Digital Health and Rights Project, so we're really looking at things from a health angle, particularly rooted in the HIV movement and communities living with and affected by HIV. We've just concluded a study with 300 young people in Ghana, Kenya, Colombia, and Vietnam. And we found that 75% of young people in our study had experienced tech-facilitated abuse. Some of that is along gender lines. A lot of that is around being LGBTQ+, or being part of a criminalized population of people living with HIV. So, yeah, we're really interested to connect with everyone and learn more about this space and how we can be more engaged as we cross over multiple different spaces. And also, we really found that we were struggling to define tech-facilitated abuse and the bounds of it. So a lot of the young people were experiencing harm online or the beginnings of harm, and then it translated into offline harm. And how we kind of define that was a really interesting piece of what we were kind of talking about as a project. And, you know, the kind of classic phrase of your rights must be protected online as they are offline, and whether that really applies, because it's quite a spectrum of both online and offline abuse.
Yeah.
And the other really interesting conversation we're having, and I think you kind of touched on it just there, was, you know, should we advocate for criminalization, and what other options are there?
Yeah.
So, yeah, those are the kind of questions that we would bring and want to discuss and learn more from others about.
Amazing.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Hey, I'll just add to the conversation around breaking silos. My name's Denny. I'm with an organization called Tattle. We build...
Denny, we were... Sorry, we were supposed to meet.
So we build open source software to, you know, research and respond to online harms, and OGBV is also one of our vertical for us. Our incentive to start this OGBV project was the lack of data sets and tooling when it comes to detection of online gender-based violence in Indian languages. So I feel like over the last 2-3 years, we've kind of created like a recipe where we started crowdsourcing slurs in Indian languages, annotating them, and, you know, filtering them, consolidating them, whatever, and then co-create resources and machine learning models to detect OGBV in Indian languages, right? And I think the reason to share this with a larger group like this is that I think the process can be replicated across countries or across languages, right? Yeah. And so, like, happy to chat with other people, you know, who are looking to do something similar.
Awesome.
Super interesting.
Yeah.
Thank you for
Such
sharing.
Amazing work.
Yeah.
The lady at the back over here. And I thought there was another hand as well. Did somebody else have their hand up? Oh, the lady at the front next.
Hi, my name is Manpreet from Chen. I think most of you have connected with us in different ways. Our current work, we're actually working on Survivor AI, looking at helping, I think, again, I think all of you have connected in different ways, but just with the general other participants. We're working on Survivor AI, working with where individual survivors can come onto the platform and create an escalation letter to support them in takedown with any images on various different platforms. And we're also working with European organizations around encryption and looking at how that actually impacts TVF-GBV. And so, yeah, and a lot of our resources around healing are in different languages as well, and supporting that. But I think there's some opportunities to connect and collaborate on different aspects around encryption and Survivor AI.
Definitely, yeah.
Definitely.
Thank you.
Hi, hello everyone. I am Carla, and I work for the Association for Progressive Communications. So first, thank you for starting this important conversation at the Internet Governance Forum and connecting the spaces, because I think it's quite relevant to have this conversation here as well. And a huge fan of SVRI and policy and the work that they do and the work that we do together. I'm happy to say that APC, as some of you, well, you mentioned it too, that you have worked with us and we work with you. And it's happy to see that there are more people that we can collaborate with on online gender-based violence, or now TFGBV, and these all acronyms that we have on this subject. And yes, as APC, we have different approaches to the issue. And these approaches include as well research, capacity building, movement building. So APC has the Women's Rights Program, and in the Women's Rights Program we have the Feminist Internet Research Network. And right now we are on the third cycle of research, specifically on technology-facilitated gender-based violence. We also have the platform genderit.org, and through the platform, it's a think tank of feminist advocates who bring their voices and share from their own experiences on issues related to feminist internet, including technology-facilitated gender-based violence. We also have the feminist principles of the internet, and one of the principles is specifically on violence. So anyway, that's just a very broad and small introduction of the work that APC does. We have a booth if you want to go and take a look at, but I'm just excited to be here and to share with you and to learn from you as well. So thank you.
I'd also like to mention that the first project that I mentioned, where we did the Africa-wide research, was part of the Feminist Internet Research Network. And it was really being a part of that network that actually set all our other feminist work in motion. I think it was really a transformative program. And yeah, I just really appreciate having been a part of it all those years ago.
That's great.
Hi, thank you so much for convening the space. My name is Mia Marzot, and I work for Oxfam. I'm the digital rights advocacy lead, and particularly also have a booth right around the corner because we're bringing together partners from 10 different countries in the so-called Global South with the aim of making sure that the needs and perspectives of communities that are not necessarily always in these spaces are here. So we see Oxfam's roles as acting a bit as a convener or raising the voices of the feminist young activists and organizations that we work with and partner with. And on that point, because you mentioned breaking silos and also the importance of making sure that this evidence that you're gathering or the projects that you're implementing are actually acted upon, that they don't just remain words on a page, as much as important it is to have words on a page. It's great to see you guys here, but I guess my question is, in the more traditional spaces that have been looking at women's rights and safety of women and girls, which opportunities do you see coming up, as in where can the technical community or the private sector tech companies should be engaging with? One place that comes to mind is the CSW, right? The Commission on the Status of Women. This year's meeting had a very, very small focus on tech-facilitated gender-based violence and very little mention of it, although it's an increasingly prevalent and important issue. So I guess, my question is, what has been your experience in trying to bring some of the people that are maybe in this community in these other spaces, and what opportunities do you see coming up where maybe we can join forces a little bit more as organizations or people concerned with this issue?
We'll come around here.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Much appreciated. My name is Muhammad Aded Ali. I'm from Somalia. Gender-based violence by digital is increasing, mainly women and girls, because blackmailing as well as harassing is the arena of digital issues affected by women and girls. So, in your research or in your prospective strategy, how that increasing violences can reduce, and as well as who can take the responsibility of that increasing, because some of the country doesn't have any policy or any regulatory that are protecting the women and girls.
So that's my question. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll come back to that. Thank you so much for all those reflections and inputs. Oh, we have some more. I was going to say, are there any more? Please keep it coming. We've got about 15 minutes left, so we can keep doing this for a few more minutes.
Yeah, we can keep the conversation.
Yeah. And also, if people want to respond to things that they've heard and questions that they've heard from others, please do jump in. It's not just us.
Yeah, if you have questions on things other people have mentioned.
So, hi, my name is Santiago Urdanibia. I'm from the DHRP program, as my colleague said. So I have a question. It's around doing the project. We experienced the need to bring safe spaces, digital spaces to trans people, making advocacy and incidency over and even in the idea of a recognition of trans people in the difference, because usually when people talk about trans people, they only assume that trans people are trans women. I'm a trans man, and getting the idea of people recognize myself and my community, my population around about we being trans also has been one of our needs. And I wanted to ask a question because you know that recently in the UK, the categorization about a woman become really hard for trans women because they stop being recognized as women. So my question is around how we work over that, over not having recognition even in the countries, and how we do or how we help or we move the idea of being recognized in the digital world if we don't have safe spaces even in the countries that are supposed to protect us.
Possible question. That is such a hard question. Nima, you take that.
That judgment's very nuanced as well.
Hello, my name is Oni Kamakwakwa. I'm from the Global Digital Inclusion Partnership, where we work on meaningful connectivity, advancing meaningful connectivity for the global majority. And I guess my question is, how do we make sure that standards for inclusion, for digital inclusion, begin to more boldly identify online safety as one of the things that actually impedes inclusion, So it's very uncomfortable to continuously be advocating for digital inclusion when there's a whole population that is endangered by being included online specifically. So that's just one question. Also, personally, I'm a co-founder of a feminist organization in South Africa called Wise for Africa that works on building feminist jurisprudence in how courts address gender-based violence specifically. And one of the things we've observed with online violence against women is that we always have really great policies, cybersecurity laws that criminalize the behavior. However, there is no knowledge of how to enforce it, including within the judiciary as well. Any insights and examples you can share with us for how we actually get past that hurdle? Because I feel like we are stuck on the celebrating this amazing law. But the reality of it is that we have women who continuously get harassed, including serious cases of revenge porn, where even the police are laughing at the incidents because they don't realize that, in the same way you see someone speeding down the highway and you chase them because they've broken a law, this is how we expect judiciary cluster to actually respond to these cases. So are we making any progress, really, on the legal front in terms of just enforcing these amazing policies and cybercrime laws that we are adopting? Thank you.
Yeah. I mean, we also want to ask these questions of you, because frankly, we do not have all these answers, right?
I was about to say, who's answering these questions?
Yeah. No, but right?
I think, shall we start? Shall we come back? We've got about 10 minutes left.
Yeah.
Shall we start to come back to some of these?
Yeah.
I think, Nima, would you like to go first?
Sure. There was a question on how to bring other spaces in.
Yeah.
I do find some of the other questions were very difficult questions, but this one I feel like an answer. I actually want to talk about another research project that we had. It's called Afrofeminist Data Futures. And in that project, we talked to women's rights organizations from all across Africa. So I think we spoke to 40 organizations, but we mapped all of them, and we asked them about how they use data, their thoughts on data, just what do they think of their data future. And we did this study in different languages. So we did it with an Anglophone group, a Francophone group, and a Lusophone group. And it was what I think was one of the most interesting insights is that as you moved across these languages, so countries colonized by the English, the French, and the Portuguese, you could really see, also going back to questions of digital inclusion, that there was a lesser and lesser understanding or skill level of digital skills. And what I really felt was that there was a resistance to talking about data, to talking about digital rights, because they felt that it was really outside their domain of expertise. Like they felt like, okay, I've been doing women's rights for many years, I understand this, I understand the pain of like all these other issues, but when it came to talking about anything technical, they really would shy away. And I've actually also experienced this when I've done trainings. Like I've done trainings with just like the most amazing people, like talking about their times in Uganda and like all the things they've been through, and then I come to like train them on like a data collection tool, and they become a different person. Like they just suddenly are like very helpless. And so I think it really comes down to bringing them into the spaces, so us going into those spaces and them coming into our spaces, and getting rid of that fear of, you know, not knowing. So yeah, I think sort of what you're doing, like bringing organizations to this convening, I think are really, really important. I also know have you heard of the African School of Internet Governance? It's another really amazing program. So I think all these programs like FUN, AfriSig, I think they're so instrumental in bringing these different voices. And I don't know if there are similar initiatives in other countries, but I think that they are very instrumental and there should be more of them. So answering that question.
Great.
Pass it on to you.
So I wanted to quickly pick up on what you had mentioned about the measurement issues, because that's a really, really big gap. And just very quickly, what I wanted to say was it came up big time in the research agenda that we still don't have clear definitions. So how can we deal with, measure, all of that? Lots of organizations are doing work on this. So I'll share resources with you. And I'd love to hear more about your study as well. Remind me of other questions.
I've got a whole list.
Okay, go on.
I think there was a good question about where can the technical community and private sector companies be engaged in these spaces? Where can we join forces a little bit more? It's from
right.
From
so I mean, just to add to what Nima was saying, and I'm sure you have some ideas on this as well, but just to add, one thing we have found really successful, and maybe more successful than these in-person conferences, is something like the community of practice, because people from all over the world and from all sorts of different sectors come to those meetings. And I mean, although they are online, it is a chance to really exchange views, exchange work, get to know about people's programming and stuff that's happening in all sorts of places that you just don't. And often, forums like this are actually very difficult to make those connections, right? I mean, I went to RightsCon last year, and I found it really hard to actually just keep a handle on things. So I would say those sorts of online communities are great spaces, and to keep pulling the tech sector in and not let them say no. I think that's important.
Yeah, I mean, I'd add a couple of points to that on that particular question. From our perspective, and at Development Gateway, we do a lot of implementation work. So we work in country with local partners to kind of develop tools, develop platforms, develop policy recommendations in country. And I think from that development point of view, the closer you are to the context, the better, you know, your community is going to be, and the more effective it's likely to be. In the Philippines, you know, we convened a 2-day workshop bringing together national regulators, the local police force, representatives from city-level gender-based violence desks, together with media academics, local civil society groups, international civil society groups, UN Women, you know, all of these people in a room together. And we spent the first day basically talking about what TFGBV was in the Philippines. What is it here? Some people work on online safety. Other people work on, you know, defamation. Other people work on misinformation specifically. How do these all come together under the banner of TFGBV in the Philippine context is a very kind of Philippine-specific and unique set of circumstances. The Philippines has a form of TFGBV which is probably unique to the Philippines, red tagging. which is a practice whereby dissidents and critics of the regime are red tagged and labeled communists or enemies of the state, and it's a besmirchment and defamatory practice essentially. But it is a form of TFGBV when it's gendered, and it has become that in the country. So you uncover the nuances and the kind of the local practices and the local issues when you engage with people at that level. I think the value and the relevance of fora like the IGF is sharing and learning and building those communities of practice across country, across regions, across thematic areas, learning from each other, hopefully building synergies and sharing information as we move forward through those online spaces. But I think it's also important for us to be able to feed into kind of policy discussions and policy outcomes. What exactly we want to be saying, I don't know, beyond, platforms should be accountable for removing bad content. But I think, that's a very tricky question. There were a couple of other points I wanted to make in relation to some of the other questions. And then we'll come back. We've got about 3.5 minutes. I'm not going to hog it all, don't worry. I think you're doing some really interesting work there on that intersection of SRH. And I think some of the comments that I just make, I think, apply to what you were saying as well, which is how do you actually define the parameters of TFGBV? And I just wanted to share a really cool experience that I had talking to someone who worked on sexual and reproductive health in the Philippines. She was part of the workshop I just mentioned, and she works for a local foundation in the Philippines that supports the training and deployment of frontline SRH workers. And it hadn't actually occurred to me, like, okay, wow, how do you integrate TFGBV into the work of a frontline SRH worker? Because it is a form of kind of mental well-being that they need to support when you're dealing especially with younger people who have this enormous access and presence online. So I just thought, for me, it was just a really interesting thing that I hadn't, hands up, I hadn't thought of that intersection before. But I think it just goes to show just how pervasive the digital aspect of our lives is. The point that you made about online harms then manifesting in the physical world, I think is, it's been true for a while, but I think with TFGBV issues in particular, it's especially poignant and especially painful, I think, for survivors, especially image-based abuse, etc. Those images, even when removed from some platforms, are likely to be somewhere in cyberspace for perpetuity, really. So, the damage can be extremely long-lasting in the physical world. And that link with SRH, I think, is something that's well worth teasing out. And what can we learn from successful SRH approaches over the last 20, 30 years, and how do we apply that to TFGBV? Those are some of the things I wanted to just share. We have about 1.5 minutes each. So maybe some final thoughts from my colleagues here, and then final thoughts really quickly.
1.5 minutes. I just wanted to say one thing about what you were saying about, like, how can you be recognized online when you are not recognized in the real world? I mean, we know both are the real world. And I do not have an answer for that question, but what I will say is that this incredibly difficult line, specifically for communities that are discriminated against in public life, and therefore how important it is actually to access the online space, and then how do you navigate that online space? And it connects to what our colleague behind was also saying about, like, but the online space is dangerous, but that online space is critical, right? Because for many people in communities that are criminalized, that is, in fact, the only space they have sometimes to connect with support communities, to connect with intimate partners, all of that. So while I don't have an answer to that, I think your point just makes it so much more important around how we have to make online spaces safe. And we have to keep fighting that fight.
Yeah, I think I'll take the last 15 seconds to just say thank you to everyone who contributed, everyone who asked questions. I think we were able to get the networking going a little bit. It was really interesting to hear about all the work that you're doing. So thank you for coming and making the session less awkward. I really appreciate it. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
We did want to just say as well,